She's got an overactive thyroid. She's lost a lot of weight over the last year. I hadn't noticed. It's the same old cat to me. So they've done all sorts of tests which I had to pay for. I've got all sorts of medication which I had to pay for. Yeah, I was expecting sort of 300 odd quid because I'd been warned already. This is probably what it's going to cost you. And she says, oh, it's 600 and something pounds. And I thought, in fact, me, that's a bit steep. So I've got home, looked at the receipt,
Oh, no.
and I'd been charged for supposedly 15 pills, although they'd only got 4. And they said, oh, we'll have some more in a couple of days. I looked and I thought, 15 pills, 340 odd quid. And I looked at the envelope they'd put them in, and it said box of 60. And I thought, you've just charged me for the whole fucking box. They come in lots of 15, and you charged me for 60 times 15 pills. Bless her, she rang me up. I'm on the way home from site. Was it Thursday? I don't know, whatever day it was. And she said, oh, we've got the other 11 pills that we owe you. I said, yeah, these pills, how much do they cost each? And there's one of these pregnant pauses, and she said, oh, yeah, about that. We owe you some money. I said, you're right, you do. So I went in to sort of pick up the other pills. Yeah, we owe you 330 something pounds. Thank you very much.
Hello, Armageddon's Fire. Hello, Demon All. We're alive that whole time, Farmer, sorry.
No, I'm not.
Now the Peanuts know all about your catastrophe.
What I do mind is if I have to give drugs to my cat twice a day, and the only way it's going down her neck is if it's mixed up with a bit of tuna. So that's only for the rest of her life.
And how old's the cat?
16.
I've never had trouble with cat. Did you say it was a tablet or a paste?
It's the 2 injections of gels. So you got a little syringe you can draw it out the bottle with, and I just squirt it onto a little bit of tuna. So, and that's the ultimate treat for those two. They don't get it very often. Well, now they're getting it every day because if one's getting tuna and the other one's in the kitchen, it's like, well, where's mine then? Oh yeah, you get the unadulterated stuff, you know.
Having had so many cats, I've learned how to give them medicine. So our cat wouldn't get tuna; it'd just get me to grab hold of their mouth and squirt it in.
I might give that a go sometime, but
yeah, it's a bit hard.
Bubbles very quick to claw you if she's not happy.
Fair enough.
See how long I can put up with it before I think, right, come here, you're opening your mouth.
Well, the Peanuts were on the ball straight away with today's scientist. That was a Dutch physicist known for his research on the two-fluid model of superconductors. His most well-known legacy, however, relates to a macroscopic force that exerted on the walls of confined spaces as a result of quantum field fluctuation. He is
Hendrik Casimir. The Casimir effect.
I've heard of that. I think. Yes, I have.
And our new Peanut seemed to have got him. No, somebody else did.
Yeah.
No, the new Peanut.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, it was the first one.
Peanut. Yep.
Yeah, well, everyone welcome the new Peanut.
Yes, hello Exorbit Clamp. And I've had that explained to me. Because I have no clue.
Well, we need Exorbit Clamp to explain what his name means. See if we're right.
Yeah, well, see if you're right. Because
yeah.
Take your word for it.
When he just said, I never related the EXOR to just XORs. Yeah. Didn't get me.
But I'll worry about if there's hot water or whether the smoke extract works. That's my job.
Doris going suspicious. Exorbit Clamp could be a Clive sock.
It's a Clive sock.
That throws a spanner in the works.
Oh, don't do that. It makes a mess.
Oh, that dumb shit FTFE sets at the 24-minute mark, Terry.
FTFE.
Yeah, that stuff, FT, we were talking about before, about what he was saying.
About gravity.
How it's not always the flat earthers that are wrong.
Well, I've heard a few of them say some questionable things.
Yeah, Crag, as he's known, does occasionally get things wrong. I don't know why they call him Crag when his name's quite obviously Craig. I suppose this is the same people who dropped the H from herbs.
Yeah.
Herb.
And certain nationalities that can't pronounce their vowels. So
like Kiwis.
Kiwis. I keep having to tell them my name's Tim because Tom is my middle name.
Tom.
Yeah.
Number of Kiwis that call me Tom. I said no.
Did the Kiwis go into stores and ask for a bottle of Tum Tums?
Yeah, that's right.
A box of Tum Tums, please.
Is that why they're always scrubbing their dicks?
Well, that's knowledge I'm not about, so...
That's what it sounds like to us that they're saying, anyway.
Yeah. Oh, you got a lot of sheep.
Yeah, so have the Welsh.
What's the proportion of...
Listen to how they talk.
What's the proportion of sheep to Welshmen?
I'll look that up.
I know what it used to be for New Zealanders. I have to look it up to see what it is at the moment.
Back in 2016, sheep outnumbered people 3-1 in Wales.
Well, there's 26 million sheep, and the population of New Zealand
is not 26 million.
It's not 26 million. It's only 5 million. So there you go.
There you go. They win in the sheep stakes too.
5 sheep to every New Zealander. So.
Gee, Creaky's been busy this week.
Then you have to apologise.
That was I got that. He says he's now a proper YouTuber. Well, people are pointing he's a proper YouTuber because he had an apology video.
I'm still scrolling up. I mean,
yeah, he put up all these old live streams, and then didn't realize that was going to notify everybody, every one of them.
Wow.
57 of them. Rather.
I had a quick chat with him on Twitter because I think after that, he'd put something on Twitter, and of course I follow him on there, and I sort of said, yeah, I wondered what happened when I came downstairs this morning, opened up YouTube on my laptop and thought, what bloody hell is all this? And it was ever so apologetic. I said, oh no, I'm not really bothered, but I just wondered, what was going on? I thought, Christ, he's been busy. Why are all these videos coming? I looked at, right, okay.
Did you watch his explanation video?
No, I think I was too busy. I was working at the time. I think I was on a call.
He was all a bit frantic because, as you know, he's a bit of a nervous Nelly.
Yeah,
he'd lost a few subs, probably a couple of hundred subs.
Yeah,
and it's all I didn't mean to do it, blah blah blah. But then maybe it was the people who hadn't really been watching anyway. But then during his live stream, he got at least I heard about 20 or so more people sub back on. So
yeah. I mean, yeah. I usually sit down and watch a couple of YouTube videos over breakfast or something because there's usually never at Anderson or something. Yeah, not too long, just a few minutes worth. I sort of looked at all these and then I saw his Twitter and sort of twigged. Like I said, it's no great shakes. I just wondered what the hell was going. Why would you unsubscribe from him when he does something like that? I mean, does it really matter? My YouTube page is set up so it shows all the most recent ones first. So most of his posts had, dropped off the screen anyway. So what? Don't take you long to scroll down, or if you want to look for a particular channel, go and look for a particular channel. I mean,
yeah, few minutes inconvenience, really.
Yeah, well, why would you unsubscribe from the bloke?
Craig done
But
that
you're
debate
right.
with Nathan Thompson a while ago because I haven't got it.
Yeah,
this week.
I think what's happening is he's got Glober Mum to go back and sort of edit and tidy up some of these old debates.
Okay, could have been, but yeah,
I think well, you could see straight away from the background he's got, because all the debates he does now, you can see he's in his front room and he's got the big TV screen on the wall with the pretty, whatever displays on and all the rest of it. He never used to do that. He used to have an artificial background. And everything. So just looking at it, you go, okay, it's an old one, but he is actually paying Glober Mum to go back and re-edit and rejig a lot of these old debates and discussions and just sort of cut them down to a...
Yeah, because they're running out of fluffs to actually
Yeah.
say stupid shit.
Yeah. Yeah, at some point, certainly as far as Craig's concerned, for like the last year or two, he's been scraping at the bottom of the barrel. And even MC2, I mean, what did he have the other week? He had Democ. That's not a debate. You're not going to have a debate with Democ.
Debate with him.
You're just having somebody on to have to sort of poke and laugh at. Of course, there is no debate. There's no debate on the shape of the Earth. We know what shape it is.
I thought the way Toon handled Democ was the best that I've ever seen yet. Just turn him down to about 10% and let him ramble in the background while you have your show. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. It's like a little yappy dog that comes with a remote control. Yeah, you're too loud. I'll turn you down a bit, thank you.
Yeah.
A little bit of background noise, like Jose's now doing in his shows. He now has music playing in the background.
I've been on a Jose show for years now.
Well, we were doing that the other week, Farmer, weren't we?
Yeah, he's playing like the sort of the fairly tame like lift music and stuff like that, all sorts. But he just has it running in the background. It's quite a nice little touch, actually. Right?
No, we could always play that other music we were playing.
Yeah.
So what have you got for us, Terry?
Sorry, Paul, I couldn't hear you.
I said, so what have you got for us, Terry?
Well, I'm going to have to put up with Lindsay, I think, because I can't find any debates or any other derp that's...
So a Lindsay video. Hang on a minute. I could do another one.
Because when you mentioned the Craig one, I thought, well, yeah, that would have done a bit of derp, but that's a bit of a repeat, that one. Other than that, there's not really much else out this last couple of days.
No, I don't think so.
I can't see anything. I mean, we've got a couple of videos to watch afterwards.
Yeah.
I might have to see if... I don't even know if there's any Flat Earthers brought any little videos out or not even. I haven't got enough subs to theirs to see.
Debates. I haven't seen a debate for a while.
No.
Proper debate.
Yeah, but I'm not linked to enough Flat Earth channels to see what they're actually dropping.
We see, I don't actually follow any Flat Earth channels. What I do, in Mr. 42's Discord server, there are three streams in there under Gates to Tartarus, and the top one is Grebulons. Now, Grebulons has all the links from the Flat Earth channels. I'm just scrolling up now. You'll have Flatzoid in there, The Plain Truth, Effed Up World, Flat Earth Banjo, So every time they put out a new video, it appears in there. So I don't have to follow any of their channels. I can just go to that particular bit and go, oh yeah, Flatzoid is trying to debunk Professor Dave's The 10 Things That All Flat Earthers Say.
Which channels you got him in?
What are you in these Discord?
Yeah, I'm looking now.
Scroll down. You go Haley's Corner, the Music Zone, and then you've got Gates to Tartarus.
Yep.
And within there, you've Grebulons is the flat Earth stuff. Viltvodal 6 is mainly Kent Hovind, and then Mostly Harmless. Most of that is the Nutter Gina Maria Colvin Hill. Birds of spaceships, clouds of spaceships, stars of spaceships, and the sun is fake. So that's it. Grebulons is all the flat Earth, mainly the flat Earth stuff. You'll see Bev, Flatzoid, all that old nonsense.
Wow, I haven't got too many of them.
Yeah.
I'll get on the bottom.
Oh, expat Taffy. Always refers to himself in the third person.
Oh, there you go.
Always calls himself the great expat Taffy. He is.
I haven't seen him for a while.
No, I think he's been fairly quiet, but I did notice this morning he's just put a couple out.
He's one of those
he goes for 36
low
minutes.
life.
Yeah, he's one of those, moon landing deniers.
Yeah.
And he just gets things so horribly wrong.
Oh, we know who that is.
Hi, CC Chris.
Chris, yes.
From Westchester County.
Do you remember?
Ooh.
Oh, that goes.
Is that a wise idea? Oh, they're all nighters. They go on for hours.
Yeah, I was just looking at them. 2 hours.
Oh, that's a short one then. That wasn't. That wasn't. I mean, well, usually they'll go for like 4 or 5 hours. They'll just go all night. I think they start at 8 o'clock our time and just go and go and go.
Karen B.
But I guess you can do that when you ain't got to get up for work the next day.
Oh, that one goes for 5 hours now.
Yeah, that's the usual thing for Bev. 4 or 5 hour plus.
Jeranism goes for 13 minutes.
That's a short one for him.
Is he going to get something wrong in that?
Well, I think that's pretty much a given, isn't it? It's
Jeranism
Jeranism after all.
I might grab that.
Pretty much all Jaren's stuff is arguments from incredulity.
Yep. Yeah.
Last we watched Blues one because.
Oh, we watched Blues after. Oh, wrong one.
Yeah,
Cool.
that'd be.
Unless we're going to watch that, that's all right.
We watched the dirt. We watched dirt type stuff first, and then.
Yeah, no, I get that.
And then we watched Blue and yours and anyone else's after.
Yeah.
Time and Dan.
Anton.
Everett.
Yeah,
Everett Anderson's he always slings a few out every week, doesn't he?
There's a few of
every day almost, really.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, stop sharing. It's not sharing the right
I was
screen.
going to say, I was looking at my other screen and then I looked over on that screen. I'm
Should
thinking,
be sharing.
what's going on over here?
There we go. Now it's
I
sharing
just
it.
realised that's not mine.
No, now it's
just
sharing
went-
the right one. Or
No,
sharing
but I
the
thought it
right
was mine for a second because we had the same colour background. And I'm trying to, what am I doing over here?
Yeah, right now.
See, Timbo, we watch all the stuff that intellectual content wouldn't even register as a proper earthquake. That's the stuff we watch first.
Yes. Good at that. I must put together some stuff that happens on Reddit.
Ah,
Chat.
you're a Reddit man as well, are you?
Just got into it recently. But yeah, just.
Well, what do you
to
call it
compile
before
a few
you read
things,
it?
but- Not Reddit.
Oh, I'm in the 6-year club.
Wow.
June 2017, I'd started Reddit Premium.
How much karma you got? I got to have a look. I forget how much karma I've got.
Post or comment?
I don't think I've got 20 karma.
3,969 post, 30,618 comment karma.
You got any chameleons?
No.
Do you got many awards?
I don't know. God.
I saw a nice husband who was saying he only goes on Reddit so he can give his wife's posts awards, so she feels better. That's cheating.
I think Reddit can be a superb place. You know.
Oh yeah,
some of the subreddits are a bit iffy.
it's very well. It's all over. You can get all sorts of stuff on there, but yeah. Come on.
We've got a damn out at work, and all I hear all day is frogs going Reddit.
Reddit.
Do you know there's only one place in the world where they go Reddit?
Where?
In Los Angeles, Hollywood, funnily enough.
Oh.
It's only the frogs around that area that actually make. Well, this is the story that actually make that rabbit sound. I know they don't make quite that sound here, so
yeah, no.
Apparently
the frogs here at our dam don't do that at all. They go bonk, bonk.
Yeah, we get a bit of that. We've got a little lake not very far from us at all, and it actually has a whole lot of rare frogs. It was one of the reasons it was created. And when we first moved in, we had a few frogs turn up on the window and stuff like that. But then the drought was hit it for a while, so we're still waiting for the frogs to come back. But if you go out at night, you hear them still, which is good. We used to have pelicans and quite a lot of bird life on it, but haven't seen any pelicans come back, but we've only just got swans back on the lake. But it went completely dry in that last drought a few years ago.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
Oh, all right then. Hey, Terry.
Terry?
Yeah, Farmer, how's it going?
Oh, it's not bad, mate. How about you? How's it going?
Oh, not too bad, not too bad. What can I do for you?
How? I'm just wondering whether your figure happened to be hovering over the button that enables play.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, that one.
What happens if I press this one?
Yeah, go on, give it a go. Let's see what happens. Ism.
Looks lost.
Yeah.
The sun
Permanently
setting
bewildered.
south of west and rising south of east in the southern summer. So I want to show you why I think that is.
Yep.
How I explain it, and that's why it's baffling, because anybody who doesn't like the Gleason map all says the same reason. Number one, they say the sun doesn't circle. Talked to a guy today. He's in my Telegram. I talk to him almost every day. He lives in the northern part of Russia, not far enough that he gets the 24-hour day. He gets a 2-hour day. So at a certain time of year, which would be, the summer solstice, then he sees the sun pop over the southern horizon for about 2 hours and then goes away. Okay. So he says 100% the sun circles around him. I mean, you standing in Alaska, you're going to see the sun going left to right. You're going to see it go around. You can come back. And then as it goes out towards the south, you're going to lose more and more and more of its ability to be up in the sky. So, but we don't ever see like star trails from the North Pole, like right underneath it. Why not? I've had that question for a long time. You think it'd be great to have, but they just don't have it. So let me bring up Google Earth real quick and then we'll be done. And again, write me if you want, t.me/Jeranism, if you think that I am incorrect. Because this is their big one, right? Wolfie's done videos on it. Everybody's done videos on it. Oh, look, we just need to go out there on, Look 270 east, and everybody will see that it's setting. And they want to use that as proof of the globe, and I'll show you where the folly is there. Move this over here and see what we're looking at. We can go. Wait, what? I'll go this way. Snappy poo. Okay, now we'll zoom out. Alrighty. So, what they're basically saying is in Australia, here, let's put ourselves on the west coast here. Okay, we're going to drop a pin there. Stop it. Drop a pin. Where did you put it? Okay.
Australia's still there.
Hey?
That was weird.
It's over
Australia's
there.
still there.
Yeah, it's over
We
there.
didn't put it anywhere.
Yeah, we didn't move it.
Flipping idiot can't even
in
find
Australia.
Australia.
Okay, so this one here, we're going to drop a pin. Let's put it
Jesus,
here on the west coast. Come on. Oh, boy.
West coast
That's
of
not
what?
Australia.
So just going to put them here on the
There
west
we go.
coast. I'll probably put them right underneath the
There we
tropic
go.
line. So is that where the tropic is?
No,
Well,
idiot.
turn them on. Turn them on. Go on.
Would be that line that says tropic, stupid.
Yeah, it goes through Cairns.
That'll be fine for now.
Get your
Anyway,
cans.
so we got this one. Now we're going
Nick
to
hands.
that one. So the
Cans.
So the problem that
he's still looking in
I don't think
up in
people
Indonesia.
see is this hold on, is that the equator? No, it's lower. So somebody like
Indonesia.
this who's
Come on.
standing here who is going to watch the sun set, okay, and they say, or let's go to this guy here, he's easier. So they say this guy looking out over the water sees the sunset right to left and go down underneath around the earth, whereas on a flat earth we would expect to see the sun kind of come this way and head off this way, right? On a globe earth, you're going to basically see the sun do this.
It doesn't
So
get
those
that
are the
far
two
south. But
differences.
anyway.
And they just dismiss one because they say we can't possibly be the center, and so they just do everything through the
When
other
you go to Tasmania.
caveat, right? But there's a problem with that. And here it is. So if you're standing here and you're going to watch the sun, let's change the date to let's go to December 31st when it would be at its smallest. Hold on a second. Where am I? This one?
That'd be wrong
Smallest?
too.
Okay, so we're
That'd
going to
be
go.
wrong.
Oops, we're going to minimize this a little bit.
Hmm.
That's too far.
I mean, it's closest to
So
the.
it is. Okay.
Jesus.
So that's about
You're on.
a day's worth of- Okay, we'll keep this on. So now, if this person's going to watch the sun set, okay, that means that they're going to be watching it 90 degrees. Now, most people think that 90 degrees is this way, right? So, like, okay, he's looking directly at 90
which
degrees.
way?
But if you look at that, or sorry, it could be 270. But if you look at that number, it's 266.
What's he got a line up
And
there?
as you go up here or down, that's 280.
It's nowhere near where the
That's
sun is.
242. So again, this is the problem: is that this line can't be drawn correctly on here. It should go with the globe size, right? So let's back out a little bit more
But that's because we're not.
and see if we can wrap
It's
this
a
around.
great circle, you idiot.
Here.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, and up the night side,
What on earth is he doing?
and then we gotta go all the way
He's trying-
to, where did we start?
He's fiddling around with a great
Did we start-
circle.
He's trying to get it to.
And he doesn't know.
Hmm.
So if you actually go down,
Is that like 50?
zoom right in, and then draw it, and then extend it forward.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't measure.
That's
it by
what you have to
saying-
do. You got to draw a series of short line
Yeah.
segments.
But what I'm saying is, when we measure south on the ground,
Yeah,
we don't. We pull the compass out and we look at
Right.
the angle,
Right.
right?
exactly.
We don't sit there and say, "Where the hell's Africa?"
No, no.
Let's,
You know, I look out over the ocean here, and I don't go. Where's New Zealand?
yeah, let's draw from here to New Zealand. You know, you point, you look at where the direction the sun is, where you are.
all lines in Google, no matter how long or how short they are great circles.
Right.
49 LGH? What was that? 49 LGH.
Yeah, of course, part of the problem is
Where's the
Jaron's got all the
LGH?
mental acuity of a thin film of pond scum.
Yeah.
As much as that.
That's giving him
Trying to
too
work
much
it out.
credit, Blue.
45.
Where are you? Obviously, he can't have all what he's looking at on the screen
Okay.
because
Not working too well.
we're up
All right.
near
So
Kakadu
what I
there.
was trying to point out is, remember, the sun is setting south of here, which doesn't make any sense if the sun is going around.
You're not even
say
looking
this line
south.
here was the tropic.
You're
But
looking
the
north.
problem with that is,
No,
is
yeah,
that
you're
you have to
looking
remember that when
northwest.
this person faces east, So we're drawing a line back from this person. You can still see okay? Oh, no, I did pull it out. Wait, whoops, hold on.
No.
I see what happened.
Never looking up into space.
He's got no idea what he's doing.
Come on.
Oh, jeez.
Not
Doing
that
a
hard.
comedy routine.
One second.
Yeah.
Full
He's
Maybe I
single
should send him
brain.
over.
His
I'll send him
single
a video
brain-
and get him to explain.
His single brain cells in a
So
race
weird.
that's in
This thing's
second
full
place.
screen. I won't get out of there. F11. There we go. Fix it. I fix. All right, so we're gonna move this. Otherwise, there's nothing working here.
The other thing you're missing,
You
of course,
can
is the
see it.
sun.
You can see it.
At the best, it's going to be on that tropic line. It's never going to be
Swing.
below that
There, now you can see it.
tropic line.
And there. Okay, so if we get in here, and we're looking at this guy here in Australia, and he's going to look 270 degrees west, because let's say he's going to watch the sun set. Okay, so we're going to take this, and we're going to go. Come on. Line, yes.
I bet if you put your ear up to his
Now we're going to
skull,
draw
you
this
can
at
hear the ocean.
270 west.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go 270 west, and we
You
know
can hear
that
the
that
hamster
ends
having
up
a
at
smoke
the
break.
equator. Okay.
Well, you can see the sun all the
No.
way from around the other side of the earth.
What are you?
Okay, so
Huh?
270 west is. up
I
here.
can't see the
That's
sun
not
that far
270
around.
west.
270.
Yeah, but it's not, that's not 270 west.
I've seen Leaky do the same thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes no sense.
What the?
So we want to go 270.
He's trying to make it.
Oh,
He's
I know
trying to
what
make
it's
it.
under.
He's trying to make it do something that it doesn't.
Photos.
Yeah.
No, it's all check mark.
He'll click it on
Huh.
Sydney in a sec and
All right,
have it go all
so
over
which
in the
one's the
world.
equator? Doesn't it go right through? So it's
It's
this.
the one that says 0.
So if we draw
through the
that
middle, it'd be the
line-
zero one.
to 90 degrees, it's going to be
Turn up.
or sorry, 270.
I think you can turn on the
That's
equator and
257, 262.
Google Earth.
Okay, that's 270 degrees right.
Sure, you can. Oh,
Oh, look out, Matt's here.
Pretty sure.
Save that.
look out.
So what you'll notice is if you get behind
I have it turned
these
on,
guys
but
and
I'm
look
not
where
sure if
they're
I've got
looking,
that as.
so
a
that
camel in it.
is east. Okay.
That's not where
so
we're looking.
if the sun is
No,
going around the
stupid.
Tropic of Capricorn,
No, stupid.
then I could see where this person is going to be down like this, looking off in this direction. But if the sun sets south of that, they're going to say, "Oh, it's setting south of east." But what they don't realize is they're actually looking north,
Where am I? I'm lost.
not dead east.
I don't-
Now, this is the same for everyone. I mean, no matter where you were at, if we were to draw lines, if we started here, every one of
No,
these lines would go to the
get
same
back to
place.
Australia, will you?
There,
Oh,
there. Which means
every line's
east
drawing
and west
north.
are
Every line,
actually
look, everywhere you look.
directional based on the globe. So there's people out there who say, "Oh,
So,
that
so every
couldn't
line
possibly
draws
happen
east.
if the sun sets south of
Every
east and
rose has
rises
a
south
thorn.
of west." Sorry, the other way around. But it is feasible because, again, I
Where?
know this is hard because we are used to a flat Earth map, and I've kind of given up on this thing making any sense. But again, if we stood here and we draw the line tool again for this time 90 degrees, let's say we're in Sydney.
Wouldn't it be?
Making it up as he
Just-
goes along.
Just correct me if I'm wrong. If you're drawing it like this from this perspective from the top view, and your horizon, geographic or optical horizons, at a set distance from where you are located on the, say, sea level elevation, wouldn't you be just drawing in the line so far out to a certain point to say that's where the sun's
Yeah.
basically setting from from where you are?
What he's doing is misrepresenting the line. If he went in, zoomed in close, and say drew a line, say, I don't know, a couple of kilometres long,
Yeah,
in the direction that you could see the sun,
yeah.
and then extended that line on a great circle, it will continue in that southwest direction. What he's done is he's put it on the dot, then he's gone well off that direction, and then trying to argue that that's 270 degrees, but it's not 270 degrees from his starting point. So I'm not even sure how he justifies what he's doing at all. It's just making crap up, basically.
No, he'd be no good as a navigator, Judy. He's completely lost the plot.
No.
Okay, so we go
But the
Sydney.
reality is when you're
Go
standing
90
on the
degrees. Now,
ground,
you'd think-
you get your...
Yeah, like that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
so
when
when
you're
you-
standing on the ground and looking out over the ocean towards where the sun is coming up over the horizon, if you're
Yeah.
trying to represent on that globe, the line would only be drawn so far out off the coast to a certain point.
Yeah, that's right. Correct. Yeah. But then if you want to extend that line, it would not end up where this guy's where he's taking it.
Not where he's doing it.
90 degrees from here should be along this line. But you notice they even send the line out the other side.
I don't even know why he's extending it out.
It was up there for a while.
That's right.
So
because it's almost like saying,
we're looking
at the sun on the other side of the globe.
How do I get it through their heads that if you were staring directly east and the sun was coming from behind the ground there and going behind the ground there, I could see there being some issue. But it's just kind of like a word issue, right? How do you guys see that?
No.
Word issue.
I think it's a brain issue.
Hopefully you guys saw the rest of it. It's again, it comes
What's the
down
issue
to
with the words?
why is it that every single direction
The word. What word?
points at not every direction. North south is fine. North
Oh,
and south
you want me to
is
rewind
south
it
of
for
you,
you,
north
Matt?
of them. If you're north of somebody, they're south of you.
No.
But as far as east-west, it's a holy hell nightmare. Let's see. This is 7,000 miles.
No, it's not.
Degrees would be about there. So that's 6,124.
He's making it into a
at
nightmare.
90 degrees. So we can build a pretty good fan base, even people here.
Go back to
but again,
Australia
you'll
and
see that
start
this is
again.
pointed
And
to
you
the
can
globe.
see where you went
This is-
wrong.
I'm sorry, to the equator. This is pointed to the equator. This was kind of a
You
straggler.
can't even draw it.
So if
and
that's
make any
true,
sense of what he's
then
trying
when
to
these people are
say.
looking east or west, again, remember that this is where the sun would be rising on this line here. So if you're standing here,
What line? We've not seen any line.
And by the way, I just realized that we're not even at the right date. We would want to go all the way to the
He
sun.
hasn't got it in the screen properly.
You can see
for
the
us
sun
to
way over
see it.
there. Here.
And-
Can we get over here till
I
December?
don't think what date doesn't really matter.
Go.
You're not going to, because you can't see the sun in
it's
his
about
view
11,
anyway.
25 or so. So again, I think there's so much here that you could draw these lines here.
What
so
line?
they tell us like everybody on the globe looks the same direction.
What lines did
sees
you say drawn these lines?
Yeah,
You can't
sun
see
underneath
them.
No,
whatever.
he's
but it's not
zoomed in on
really
his
true. They think that they're
screen
looking
too
in the
much.
same direction, but they're actually looking
enlarged it too
at
much.
the same image. Does that make sense? Who knows? All right, we got it. We're at 9 o'clock. I said I was going to be done. I'm tired. I've got Globebusters in the morning. And it's been fun as always. Try and think of something new to talk about next week. Bring something to the table. Or we're going to have to put a new show in.
Where
Probably
was
an
his
Ask Comedy
initial
Hour.
line drawn?
Probably need a spacewalk. Probably going to fix the radiator. And just remember, let's always be scientific, all right? This way and head off this way, right? On a globe Earth, you're going to basically see the sun do this. So those are the two differences. And
Where
they
he
just
starts to
dismiss
draw the
one
line,
because they
that's where
say
I
we
wanna
can't
get it.
possibly be the center. And so
Yeah,
they
that's
just do
it.
everything through the other caveat, right? But there's a problem with that. And here it is. So if you're standing here and you're going to watch the sun, let's change the date to, let's go to December 31st.
I don't know why he does that
when
for.
we'll keep this on. So now, if this person's going to watch the sun set, okay, that means that they're going to be watching it 90 degrees. Now, most people think that 90 degrees is this way, right? So, like, okay, he's looking directly at 90 degrees. But if you look at that, or sorry,
Yeah, he's got his
but if you look at that
screen
number, it's
expanded too much, and we can't see what he's
266.36.
doing.
And as you go up here, yeah, that's 280.
Latitude lines go
That's
east-west.
242.
Yeah.
So again, this is the problem: is that this line can't be
He's
drawn
doing that on
correctly
purpose.
on here. It should go
Yeah.
with the globe size, right? So let's back out a little bit more and see if we can wrap this around.
There,
This one here, go.
that's his initial
Hmm,
mistake.
why is that curved?
Oh yeah, look at that straight line that curves.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
I wonder why that would be.
Do you know, I could possibly go so far as to say that is interesting.
I'll bet the center of that arc is at the center of that big round friggin' thing.
Big
Ooh.
thing, yeah.
Now there's a thought, yeah.
And the other thing is he's also starting his line above the Tropic of Capricorn anyway. So that's interesting.
Interesting.
The latitude lines run east and west, you dipshit. Forget your line.
Yeah, you can't see what he's doing.
But because we're not
Zoom in
looking
close
across the
enough
globe.
that they approximate each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. You can't go stretching this shit, 5,000 miles
Yeah.
and not have this happen.
You're virtually trying to say you look at the other side of the world, but no, that's not what I'm saying.
No, you don't.
The sun is, because the sun is off. Even on a flat Earth,
This is exactly the mistake Brian Leakey has made time and time again with this
'Cause
same
I drew that
market.
up so I did a video up on that not that long ago. I think we watched, but yeah, it doesn't make any sense even on their own globe map. So I don't know what he's trying to argue, because if you draw it on their map, it's even worse. So
It doesn't work. That's right.
Not
at
that
all,
they've,
yeah.
not that they've got a map.
No, but if you use I use the argument that I know how wide and how tall Australia is, so that pretty much sets any map in terms of that scale, and then we know there's so much distance between us and the North Pole, at least. So
Yeah.
you've got to say those are physical things you can't argue too much with. I'm trying to work out what grid he's using. Can you see my screen?
I was just about to do the same thing, Timbo.
The standard Tropic of Capricorn. Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
You
but
just
I'm
stole
just
my
saying,
thunder.
oh yeah, but I
Thunder
use it
from
for a
down
living.
under.
Thunder.
So you want
Yeah,
me
I'm
to,
further down under than.
So you want me to enlarge
I'm further
yours?
down under than. Hey,
Yeah, you're
I'm
well,
further
not
down
that
under.
much further.
Why don't you guys talk this? Try talking at the same time, guys.
Yeah, I know. We've been
Sorry.
trying to. Is it working?
We're trying to talk at the
No,
same
you-
Seems to
time.
be.
You're slightly out of sync.
Oh, okay. We've got to be in sync more. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, ready? And a 1 and a 2, go.
2, go. So I'm further down under than Terry is, right?
Not by
So-
much.
Not by much, but I still.
Could be
Yeah,
hard
so I'm
work
trying to work
sometimes, can't
So anyone who is using Google Earth, yes, you can sit up here and turn on grid, and you'll get a nice grid.
Is
Unlike
Turtle
the one that he
holding
was
the
using.
globe on his shoulder?
He's trying to. Well, he's practicing. He wants to be part of Terry
World on his
Pratchett's
shoulders.
Discworld. Yeah. So yes. So where he was pointing was actually on the tropic, which isn't great. So anything south of that, which is most of the country, that actually looking doesn't work even better. So where I am down here in Canberra, and we're looking right this way in the summer, the sun is the line. So the sun in summer is about that angle setting. There's nothing close to what he's trying to say. So if you look at that going that way, and he's talking about up there, he has no concept at all of what we see. So Terry, do you want to do your bit?
That was my bit.
Oh, that was your bit. Okay.
I was going to get up Google Earth and I was going to draw a line from point A to.
Yeah.
Just say the word, Terry, anytime you like. I'll just press that button.
You kick me off, he says. I'm gone. I'm gone. Never see me again.
Yeah,
This is
righto.
where all the antipodes. Do you see where all the antipodes live up here, by the way?
Oi.
Yeah, we're up that way somewhere.
No, they're the antipodes. We're the podes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, move on,
Is that it?
Terry. Move on. That's it. Let's move on. Was that was the end of his video too? Wasn't it? We got another one.
I'll squeeze a Lindsay in then.
Can't I be a pro-pode and not an anti-pode?
No, if we're pod, you have to come. You have to come down here.
Oh, okay. So I'm not an anti-pode. then. So then I'll be a
Yeah.
pode. A pro-pode.
Although traditionally you're the podes and we're the antipodes, but
What about the people I leave up here? They'd still be antipodes.
Hmm.
They're opposites.
opposite? They're the ones upside down.
Yeah.
So Google Earth actually.
I mean, they don't call you down under for nothing. Though. You know that, right?
Well, yeah.
The vast majority of the population of the world and land masses are in the northern hemisphere, I might add.
So I've got the true shape of the Earth on the.
Yeah, just turn it upside down like you do with the moon. Like you do with the moon.
All right.
Oh, I'm just in time for Lindsay, am I? Oh, damn it.
Well, we're up to.
I
We
got
did
away
that.
with that one.
It looks like we did that one last, didn't we? By the look of it. Or did we do that one?
I
I'm
don't
not
know.
looking.
I missed that one.
Oh, well, the one you missed,
Looking,
we'll
hang
play
on.
that one.
No, you're fine.
Makes no difference what we play.
We-
It's,
we don't
Yeah,
have
I
they
many
all merge
left.
into another anyway.
I-
None of them make sense.
I got a funny
No.
feeling we played part one of that one.
Yeah. I think
So
so.
what-
Because he
what-
had that
part
piece of
one and
paper in
two.
his hand,
Yeah, well, part,
and then he has his notes.
and he
Yeah.
and he timed himself out at the end. He didn't finish.
Did he?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Because he got the. Was it the same time? Wasn't it about 20, 25 minutes?
Yeah, he just kept talking while the video stopped.
Oh my God! Now what's he drawing?
Same shit. I think.
Well, did you miss out on part one? Well, you'll get a revision of part one in this one, I suppose.
I just want to know. I might have to go to his comments and ask him what he's using the tinfoil for,
He doesn't
doesn't have
answer
comments, does
he
he?
doesn't answer questions.
doesn't he?
No.
No.
He just
Not unless you're paying.
he'll just insult you and whatever.
So you're not allowed to understand what he's talking about. Then. You're not allowed to ask questions.
Yeah, but he understands it. That's all that matters to him.
Oh,
He understands it for you. You see.
Yeah.
oh, on your behalf.
Yeah.
Like, what's the word when you do something on somebody's behalf? I don't know. Trying to think of a word.
He did
End
play
up
them.
with the album. Looks like he's going to end up with the album cover from ELO's Discovery.
Oh yeah. Oh, that big circular spaceship thing.
Oh, it's got
Yeah.
the Star of David in there.
All right, yeah.
That's a new one.
Star of David, is he? I don't see
Yes.
Star of David in
On the screen down to the right.
Hang on.
Left,
Let me
sorry,
go-
left. So left.
Let me go back to my ELO albums.
Old Zebulon's found his bucket and he's gone to help Fred with his septic tank.
Oh, good man.
Terry,
Oh, g'day, Matt. How you going?
g'day. Not too bad. How are you?
Good, thank
play.
you. What could I do for you today, Matt?
Press play, Terry, please.
Oh, I could do that for you. That's no trouble.
Sweet.
Welcome back to Philosophy. We're talking, well, check out video 1. Never really got to the religious stuff, but I was going to talk about some religious stuff. Oh, to do with the Bible.
Bye, Farmer.
The olive leaf. The last video cut short because of the battery. So anyway, we're talking about the olive leaf. Represents the Earth. Earth's magnetic flux. There's Earth through the centre. Do people know that? The book of science.
Spaceship.
Yeah.
Physics, metaphysics. So there's the olive leaf, and then we talk about the field in Genesis, and we're talking about the beast and the cattle, right? And the serpent.
What the hell?
And what I've
Beast and the cattle.
said all along for
In
the last
Genesis?
so many
Is he
years in my
sure?
videos.
What?
Is that the serpent represents the magnetic field, the flow of the magnetic field over the earth. That's the infinity symbol. Okay? Out of there, down, up, down. No. Out of there, down, along there, up there, down there.
Up,
along there,
down,
and
up,
there.
down, around and
That's
around.
the figure. There's the 8. Okay? So, and then they start talking about God said, oh, well, you'll dwell on the ground or something or other. Anyway, along the ground thou shalt dwell, over the fields, over the field, over the cattle and the beasts. Field, they use the word field, but the cattle and the beast. In a magnet,
Does
we
he
have two
mean
forces,
cattle, or
a
is he
weak and a
just,
strong
is it just the
force.
accent?
Strong force and a weak
Does
force.
he mean
Yeah, I
cattle?
think
That's
it's.
why they're seeking out.
I think he means cattle.
He didn't say cattle, he said kettle. You.
I know he's saying cattle, but there's no
I think it
mention
means
of
cattle.
cattle in Genesis. Cattle, yes.
Oh,
No-
okay.
No cattle. What is he I was thinking, hang on a minute, because I remember back in the days when I was married, I was doing a Bible study, and I remember Genesis talking about the beast and all the rest of it, and the cattle, but I don't remember anything mentioned about a cattle.
He said, look, he says kettle. There it is there in text. He said cattle.
Kettle.
Yeah,
Oh Jesus!
he said cattle. Jeez, Matt. I have to clean your ears
He's
out.
gonna go. That's because he's got to go make a cup of tea.
Out on his deck.
He's making that up as he goes along.
Forces, a weak and a strong force. Strong force and a weak force. That's why they're seeking out each other all the time, trying to find equilibrium. What's the strong force is the beast. What's the weak force is the kettle. Over the kettle and the beast you should go. It's the magnetic field.
No, he's saying cattle.
It's not the world first.
I
No one
genuinely
knows that.
don't think. I really don't think it's an accent problem. I really don't. I'm
I
sure
think
he
you
is.
say kettle.
How does Lindsay know that I
gotta
was
look this up now.
downstairs with the kettle on?
I mean, anybody else in the chat is to think, even his New Zealand accent, is he really saying kettle or is he saying cow?
I don't think we got any Kiwis in the peanuts.
Yeah, it's all right. No.
Sounds like he's saying kettle to me. I don't.
That stuff.
Oh, I don't know.
I'll
See,
leave
I've
the
got a lot
text
of
up
notes,
just
as
in
usual.
case.
So I'll just run over all my
It's
notes
the
from
holy
last
kettle,
couple
that's
of
what it
weeks,
is.
or a week or so. We'll talk about everything. We've got Rome being the centre of Greece. What the heck? Mars is the founder of the twin Romulus and Remus, counterpart of Greek Ares. Well, Mars is the founder of the twins Romulus and Remus.
No.
Romulus and Remus.
The Romulus, aren't they in Star Trek?
That's the Romulan.
That's
Romulans.
Romulans.
Oh, that's the Romulans. Okay, sorry.
And up here in the centre is Mars. You know, in the planetary cycles.
Oh, Carl's got
black
power.
hole,
Carl's got the power.
we get Mercury and Aries. Mercury, Aries, what? Is it Mars? Mars?
No.
There's Saturn, Jupiter, Mars. Am I missing one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's it. That's it. We don't need that one. There's Saturn, Jupiter, Mars. Mars is at the centre. Okay, Mars is here. The centre between them, and it's red. Well, the red represents iron, ionisation. Remember, they're all for signs. This is the ionisation. Ionising up here. Mars. I'm not
Yeah.
going too deep with all this stuff.
No, you're not going too
Red
deep.
for
Oh, so that
lion.
explains Mars then.
Rome, god of war. War, because all the action is up here. It's the Trojan War.
What?
Rome, god of war. Protector of Rome. Jupiter, Mars, Juno. I've got Jupiter, Mars, Juno. For some reason. Father of Rome's founding twins. The father, because he's the father back in the hole.
Farther or further?
What's this one? We've got the sun, pure helium. I've gone colour chart. We've gone helium, argon. So helium,
Is he
pure white light.
conflating
Argon.
the metal iron and things being ionized? I get a feeling he is, isn't he? He's talking about something being ionized, and he's talking about iron and making the connection with Mars having been full of iron and being oxidized. I don't know. He's
Purple, neon, blue. Below that's krypton, representing iron or Mars. I've got red. Xenon, white, blue. So you're getting.
Do you think he's writing down all these notes when he might be in a bit of a different state of mind at certain times for some reason?
yeah. Maybe sometimes he's drunk, sometimes he's stoned, sometimes he's sober, sometimes
Yeah.
he's at church or
And
something.
then he comes
I
back
don't
to
know.
his notes and what did I write down? here?
I think he goes to church on Sunday and he picks up little pieces of the sermon, and I'll use that in something, and then he makes up a story around something, and then he puts little bits of sciencey words in it to make it sound like it's genuine.
That's a good theory, Matt.
Yeah.
You could be wrong,
that's
but
what
it's
he
still a
does.
good theory.
Could very well be
Closer.
wrong, who knows?
It's the other way around. Radon.
What's Timbo doing out there?
So like he kind of, we were talking about this last week, weren't we? So because he takes little bits of Christian theology, Roman theology, ancient Greek theology, and just mashes them all together with a bit of a few science words.
We're getting some different things out there now. What did you say, Timbo? I'll read it out.
I just
You will,
I was
you will
trying to
see
find what he was
neither
saying.
wind nor rain, yet this valley will be filled with water, and your cattle and your other animals will drink.
Yeah, I was trying to find his actually. I couldn't find what he said in the Bible.
And John says, allowing for Kiwi accent, kittle, archaic, difficult to deal with, prone to erratic behaviour.
Yeah.
No, I think what he's done is he's probably heard a sermon on Genesis, right? And he's that's where it comes from. And I'm sure that he thought the preacher in his Kiwi accent said kettle, because I'm sure that he's now saying kettle, not cattle. Yeah. Because depending on which version of the Bible you look at, because the King James mentioned cattle, and all the rest mention it as livestock.
Yeah, well, NIV referred to it as cattle, and I think because that's the one I was looking at was NIV. Personally, I prefer the New International Version over most of the other versions, but
which is livestock.
Yeah, and it refers to cattle, and I think that's where it is. It's just there's quite a few phrases where it says the cattle and the animals, and it's sort of like as if cattle aren't animals, but anyway.
What if he's referring to the Great Celestial Teapot that's all orbiting out there somewhere?
Yeah, but was that teapot short and stout?
No, I'm not going to take his accent as being used as an excuse. I think he's genuine.
No, I think it's you.
We are prolonging this misery. Matt.
Particularly when we're getting into the semantics over biblical versions.
Timbo,
I'm not talking now. It's not me talking.
Timbo, don't talk. Don't type anything else out there. Jeez.
Hey Terry, do you know what you do on a Sony station? Do you know what you do on a Sony PlayStation?
No, what?
Play.
Agonizon being the moon. So the highest pressure is down here, isn't it? Thins out right up here to helium. So you've got the noble gases, okay? And colours. The tokamak reactor, the heart of the tokamak is this donut-shaped vacuum chamber. Groom's chamber in religion. It's all physics. The vacuum chamber. The Bible talks about the groom's chamber, the moon going into the sun close to the black hole. Dry ice burns. That's the fire. Cold fusion.
What?
Dry ice burns, minus 108 to negative 78, minus 78. Magnets are made up of atoms aligned between the poles. Heat equals speed. So dry ice. It's cold fusion. That's room temperature. It's going to be pretty flipping hot amongst 200 something minus degrees or thereabouts. Yeah. Mentioned that before. Helium becomes liquid. Helium. Yeah.
Oh, confusion.
Combine hydrogen atoms create the sun. Comes back into contraction, expansion as it rises, goes to contraction into helium, and the helium gas becomes liquid at minus 268 degrees. So it's probably minus 268 degrees up here somewhere, or the sun, don't know. But it's creating the mist that falls back down to Earth. Guess what the attachment is with that in the Hawaiian mythological stories, or the Hawaiian, Rapa Nui, the Maori. You go into it, you find, what's the word? I'll get to that word. I'll get to find the connection. I hope I don't
Rubbish.
forget it. Okay.
Just make it up, Lindsay. We
So
wouldn't
from
know
that,
any
there's
different.
mist coming from the sun. That's the pure hydrogenated water falling back down to the Beaufort Gaia.
Hydrogenated water.
God am I right? So we know the British coat of arms is in French. Why is that? Yeah. If you believe the story about King Richard. King Richard, was he really a person or not? I don't know, but he's referring to enlightenment. And what is written on the coat of arms? God and my right. Obviously you don't have any rights anymore thanks to the corporation. They've taken them all away from you at birth certificate. Owed his crown to only God and himself. Came into being through himself. This is in religion. King Richard, he knew all this. It's in French. Dieu et Montreot. Montroit. Dieu et Montroit.
Okay.
Anyway.
I was never known he was a
Womb
New
to
Zealander, but that explains.
If you can see that, start looking at that. Womb to tomb, it's all connected. You could say it's connected to the goat, the ram's head. Even those little creatures, those Kia rabbits, what do you call them? Bing bears, whatever.
Is this showing
Look at
women's
that.
parts again?
You look at it here. You can still get this vortex thing happening here, but it's shaped like that basically. The swastika, I've got gas at the top, liquid, the bottom, hydrogenated water, liquid, the gas, ice, ice. So you've got the three states of water.
Does it mean dihydrogen oxide? Does it mean perhaps? Hydrogenated.
Spiral, the helix, up here, nodal points, antinodals.
Flaws.
Right, we've got here. So the rising water molecules in the dielectric constant is the dielectric constant. Rising.
Yeah, that's a hashtag.
Installing a dielectric is to increase the capacitance. You put the
Just listen
dielectric
to
plate
Paul
in
having
here,
fits
increases
in
the
the background.
capacitance.
It's quite funny.
So
Those
the charge
words don't go
is
together.
increasing,
Yeah,
but
I
the
know.
voltage stays the same. You could say the Earth is a capacitor. It's feeding this energy cycle, the magnetic field here. But look into that, capacitance. So the dielectric insert increases the charge on the two plates by taking some of its energy, this having
Two
to
plates. Would they be
Yes,
the...
where are the two
compensate
plates
by
on here?
adding more
Yeah.
charge. So this takes a little
Well,
bit of these.
maybe it's
this here.
conflated that with plate
It's got to feed it more
tectonics.
energy.
I don't
But
know.
the voltage stays the same because there's only so much in the whole system. Anyway, you look into that. Capacitor,
And the
there
what?
it is again, same voltage as being feeding. Non-conductive material, which is the dielectric in here, non-conductive. The dielectric will always increase the capacitance. This is why the gaps in the magnetic induction motors. It increases the
Dielectric will always increase the capacitance.
capacitance.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
They call that
Inductive capacitance.
electromagnetic force. Dielectric becomes polarized. Dielectric becomes polarized, but water is already polarized. Let's talk about earlier on
Polarized
in the first video
How do you do that?
about difference between ionization and electrolysis. Same thing's happening up here. To understand this gap, mate, this, everybody, the hidden secrets to the universe. The Eötvös effect. The spinning ballers like to use that and make out I don't know what I'm talking about. The Coriolis effect is the horizontal curving the magnetic field. It's the moving of the magnetic field, the toroidal field. It's just the way things go. It's
What?
the curving effect. But as you get close to the tropics here, it curves and starts dipping down. And it's connected with that dipping down, and then they go into the forces between, because everything's, curving this way, isn't it? It's the magnetic fields are going like this.
No.
From the south around like this, heading that way. This is going around heading that way. So within the Eötvös effect, they're telling us the force is freely moving that way, as opposed to pushing against the force that way. But look into that, the Eötvös effects, you understand that, when these spinning ballers start bringing it up.
No.
Because you've got your field, your Coriolis, and then you've got comes down. I'm thinking it's coming down, it's connected to it. And it's when they're looking into all this, knowing the forces are going that way and, you know, what the opposing force is doing and all that sort of thing. Realise granite is 20 to 140 miles deep. And the subterranean aqueduct, well, the water that's flowing from this Beaufort Guy deep down through the earth all the way to the tropics, might, that might be about 3 miles deep. But the molecules, they still come through the gas, the atomic molecules, they'll come through the earth, rise up through this low pressure area. So only a couple of degrees fall from there all the way to here. From there to get to the tropics, which travels around the tropics, that's the water, because it represents this vortex in creation. It's where the kinetic energy is created. We've got Amunet, Mat, hidden. Amunet, hidden. Amunet in Egyptian mythology. We've got Babi, baby, the baboon, baby. Eggs, you've seen the egg and the baby shape I've done in my previous videos.
Oh, he's throwing in Egyptian mythology.
Sun on the horizon of the black hole, perhaps the egg or the baby's body.
Guy.
Or the baby involved with spiritual rebirth, born again, go into a fetal position, this whole thing. Emmet, the devourer. The devourer gets sucked into the black hole, be reincarnated, you get dispersed, all your spirit, all your energy gets dispersed, and you come through the recycling system to have another go. Or if you're lucky, you go into the sun and you stay up here as on the right hand, into the kingdom of God, on the right hand side of God. Cerberus, Greoboros, Greek, flesh devouring. It's the flesh devouring, basically, not flesh though, because your body stays dead down here. Your spirits go up and get flushed through here. Reincarnation. Brass, and this up. Oh. Brass, expansion and contraction, as above, so below. So what is Earth's expansion and contraction? We know that, I've done that before. Expansion, you go up through the gaseous layers, drawn to the tropical centre, pulled into here. Contraction. Everything on Earth is created through compression. So science thinks everything must be smashed and compressed. LOL. No.
Yeah.
Expansion through expansion, the vacuum. Then sucked through the contraction to form the energy. That's the plasma that's going to be created in the centre of the tokamak, not out around its donut. They're wasting billions of dollars and a lot of time not doing it properly. How many people know that you've got 23.4 degrees between the tropics here, and what's the remainder out here? What's the remainder? 66.6 degrees. 66.6 degrees. He who knows. I was talking earlier about the beast, the snake, the magnetic field.
So nothing is above the tropics?
The beast is a strong force, the cattle is the weak force. 66 degrees. Magnetic field, physics. Okay? Understand that. It's the end of times. Rubbish. End of times is the end of is the dawning. Prior to the dawning of man's awakening. Maybe connected to the man who comes with an iron rod. I've described that, haven't I? There's always two meanings or three meanings to these.
Ooh, what are we going to do with that iron rod?
Memory gets wiped unless you open your third person. Ancients knew this. These were the kings.
Person.
Make a proton that feeds the sun from many electrons. Well, the proton feeds the sun. The pairing of the electrons feeds the whole.
Feeds the sun with many electrons.
State of rest. That's equilibrium. Electrons
This
pairing.
is called his room.
Science. Neon
his room
aids
a temperature
fusion. What's up there? Neon
Room
gas.
temperature.
Aiding fusion of the hydrogen atoms into
Cold fusion.
helium, into the sun. Spotless and pure neon aiding fusion. Does neon mean spotless and pure? Well, what's more pure than pure hydrogenated water?
Does it?
Pure hydrogen.
A. Carroll is the leader. Now, here we go. Hotu Matua. Hotu Matua. Hotu Matua. What does it mean? It means is the leader who weeps. This is the connection. The sun, it weeps. The mist that comes back down to the Beaufort Gaia. All the ancients do this. It's back in Hotu Matua. It's connected with the Hawaiian mythological stories. Maori, Rapa Nui, Easter Island. The leader who weeps, the sun is the leader of the whole system. The leader who weeps.
That's not a good story.
The hydrogen gas liquefies.
Is he water?
Helium liquefies, comes back to water. Everything starts from water, it finishes with water. Walter Russell tell you that, or just mention light?
Water.
Olive leaf, we've been over that. Beast and cattle, weak force, strong force. Right, we've gone through it all. Those are all my notes for the last week. My notes. Hope you all enjoyed. Information you never heard before, I can guarantee that. I think I finally attached my Patreon. Oh, well, my Patreon page was attached to my YouTube initially. Then it wasn't. Then I asked for them to help me out. They never get back to you. They're pathetic, eh? Patreon. It's just a maze. They say you do this and you do that. You go on YouTube, do this and do that. Well, I've got none of that access. None of it on my computer, phone. None of those things show up. I don't know what's going on. But finally they answered me and I attached it. So I think it might be attached now. But don't join up yet till I get it going and understand how the silly thing works. It's just a nightmare trying to work it out. There's no help. You want to know a question, they just give you a list of answers to all these other questions. It doesn't do with what you're inquiring about.
Not tech savvy there, hey?
Once I get that Patreon working and I understand it, I will be putting all this information from the Iliad onto my Patreon page in a tier system, or I just wipe Patreon and go to some other system. Anyway, I'm off for a walk down the calf along the water shore. Enjoy yourselves today. Au revoir.
He's used up his memory card.
Well,
He must have some left.
Use it.
Patreon. Who needs a Patreon?
That was yeah.
It's Patreon hard to use, Blue? I don't use Patreon, obviously.
You set up a Patreon account, and this is how difficult it is. You copy the link and then stick it in your description. Or put it in a text chat.
Tricky.
Yeah, it's really tricky stuff. Yeah.
Oh, you mean like I've got my PayPal link in the bottom in my description? That was really hard to do.
Pretty much exactly the same thing.
Terry, it must have taken you hours.
It took me a long time to figure that out.
Copying and pasting.
Yeah, I had to go and get a degree from university.
It just takes a few minutes to set it up. Tell them where you want the money sent, and that's about it. Then you got a link to it.
Yep.
I haven't got enough subs for Patreon anyway.
Okay.
I don't think.
You only complicate
you don't need it.
Setting up the different levels and stuff like that, and what you're trying to figure out what you want to give people for each level. If you want to have a different level, you don't have to.
What's Patreon different to? For what I do, is Patreon has got a different service or a different...
Yeah, what you can do is your Patreons can subscribe to different amounts, and different amounts can be attributed to like a reward of some sort. You know, like one level, say for instance $5 a month, you could get certain benefits, or $10 might get something extra on top of the other.
You're talking about channel memberships.
No, you can do that on Patreon as well.
Well, with Patreon, the patron subscriber just decides how much they want to give you a month. That's all.
Yeah, but you do that. But you can have different levels of Patreon. If you wanted to do
that. That'd be your own internal decision, wouldn't it, to say what to do for particular people?
Yeah, but you can set it up in Patreon itself, unless they've changed it since I've done it. But that was certainly the case when I had Patreon.
Yes, there are different levels of Patreon.
Yeah, you can set up. Yeah.
But if it's at the user's discretion of how much they want to pay, how's that any different to what I have? I just allow people to pay whatever they want to feel like paying to help me out.
Well, Patreon, you can set up, it is similar to, say, channel memberships. You can just have different levels, and different levels give you different accesses and things. I looked at becoming a patron of the Tank Museum, because at the moment I'm a friend of the Tank Museum, and you pay something like 40 quid a year. But you can get different levels of Patreon, and it's basically just the different levels of sponsorship. because that's all you're doing. You're sponsoring whoever it is. And the top level patron at the Tank Museum gets me free entry into everything, everywhere, all of the time. But it's a lot of money.
I've seen different people's. I've seen people in the peanuts at different colours and that too. Has that got something to do with that?
That's channel membership.
That's channel membership.
Yeah, channel membership.
Yeah,
if you watch Jose's stream, you'll see those of us who actually pay him channel membership every month. We've all got a specific little logo next to our names, and then the theory was, or what you used to do, was after so many months that would change up, and that could show you how long somebody had been a member of his channel. And most channels now, members will have their own specific little sort of logo or whatever next to their name.
Okay.
Over and above, having a spanner or anything like that.
Well, I can only give him a spanner. That's all I've got. Sorry, Peanuts. That's all I can afford is a spanner. I can't think of anything else I could do.
You're not monetized, so.
No. So you can't do that, and you have to be monetized first, don't you? You have to have, 1,000 subscribers and so many hours of this, that, and the other. And
4,000 hours and 1,000.
Right, 1,000 and 4,000.
Yeah.
You got the 4,000, I'm sure. No problem.
Yeah.
Must have done.
But doing live streams is a lot of people get the 4,000 with their live streams.
Yeah, it's 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours you need to get that.
Yeah.
Judy says I'm the only one that doesn't have specific patron levels. Yeah, maybe I need to look into that, Judy.
Bundle says he's got some spare spanners.
I mean, a lot of people, a lot of channels just have like one level. They just have like $10 a month as a patron, and that's it. But a lot don't either as well. Just depends on what you want to do, really.
You should check out Arvin Ash. I can't put a link on a phone. Oh.
One common one is to do is, like for instance, Patreons at a certain level. Say for instance, you pay $5, you're just like a contributor. You might get, I don't know, something on Discord, and then you might get a higher level where some creators have a system where you get like a preview of the video you're about to publish, so they get to see it first before anybody else. So what they do is they put it on not private but unlisted, so then those Patreons have a specific area in Discord, so they can actually see the video before anybody else does, like in advance sort of thing. So that could be like one perk or something that's quite common.
Automatically to DARPA, and they feed it out to unis and NASA, etc. What? Who's Arvin Ash? Zeb said I can't put a link in the phone. No, I don't think we can repeat, Lindsay.
Judy says she likes my way. Thank you, Judy.
Yeah. I just looked up the Tank Museum. I'm a friend of the museum, and I think that costs me £32 a year. That gives me free membership to the museum whenever I like. 10% of everything in the shop. They send out a magazine every 3 months or so. I get that as well. Now, if I go to their Patreon page, you can spend £4 a month and be a trooper. £11.50 a month gets you sergeant, and £23 a month gets you colonel. And to be honest, most of them that I'd want, I already get paying £32 a year as a friend of the museum. But yeah, you get a colonel. You get they'll fling you in a free T-shirt. Every video they produce, your name will be up there as a producer. Yeah, you've had nothing to do with it, but you get a signed postcard.
Yeah. Well, I just did a little quick check because I see Blue's only got the one membership, but I'd say Toon has 3 membership levels. Interesting thing is that Blue's got more Patreons than Toon.
Is that the guy's channel there, Seb?
Well, that's because I'm a hell of a lot better looking than Toon.
Yeah, yep. Definitely on screen.
You betcha.
Ivan Ash.
When Einstein first published the special theory of relativity.
Oh, this guy. Science communicator.
Well, that sounded interesting.
Yeah. Well, so
What
far.
was that? Press play, Terry.
Press play. Go on. Press play. Keep going. Keep going.
I don't want to get a copyright strike from playing someone else's videos. I don't know who they are. That was on the home.
When Einstein first published
don't forget,
the special theory
Terry,
of
if
relativity
you
in 1905.
if you play in a video for running commentary, I mean that's fair use. That falls under fair use.
Yeah, that's fair use.
So,
you won't get a copyright strike.
yeah, well, I mean, you can get a copyright claim, but you can dispute it and say, well, have a look at it. There was commentary, therefore it's fair use.
Yeah, but look how many we play with. We don't hardly talk through them.
Well, just like talk a bit, Reagan. Just stop it every sort of 5 minutes or so.
How many Antons have we played right through? They gave it more than 10 minutes.
Yeah, Anton's probably got it on, got his channel on switched on, and he probably doesn't care anyway. So,
you don't have to talk over it. You can just comment on it. So, afterwards. So.
Well, yeah, strictly speaking, I mean, just more people seem to sort of fall less with copyright claims if they run commentary through it rather than sort of afterwards.
Yeah.
They doesn't seem to pick up on it if you do it that way.
If you push mute, we can see what the subtitles say. See if it's worth listening to.
On the shields, we're constantly getting copyright claims, sometimes copyright strikes, but not 99% of them. It's all because we disputed it under fair use and we've won. Because we stop it all the time. We talk and stop and talk and stop.
Who's this guy as in his credentials?
Who is he? What is he? No idea.
Complex questions explained simply in about 15 minutes. I like to ask and answer big questions. We use animations, live videos, simple analogies and narration to explain complex subjects, science, technology, consciousness and other weighty matters. If you want to understand the true nature of reality or you just have your mind blown once in a while, check us out. Okay. That help? So what's this one, general relativity?
When Einstein first published the special theory.
You just want to listen to a little bit of that.
When Einstein first published the special theory of relativity in 1905, he was either vehemently ridiculed or ignored. People thought it was just too weird and radical to be real. This guy is not even a working scientist. He's just a patent clerk, some said. How dare he challenge the greatest scientist that ever lived, Isaac Newton, whose theories have been proven to be correct for hundreds of years. Some politicians even insulted his religious heritage and called it Jewish science, a way to subvert traditional culture and thinking. How did Einstein feel about this? Well, he wasn't satisfied with his theory either. He was unhappy because the theory only applied to observers moving in a straight line at a constant speed. The theory did not apply if gravity was present or if the observer was accelerating. Einstein was known, however, to have a very vivid imagination, and one day, as legend has it, while observing a window washer on a ladder near his patent office, he had one of his famous thought experiments that would go on to change the course of scientific history. He imagined what would happen if the worker were to fall, but he didn't think of it the same way you and I would think of it. What was his thought experiment, and how did it lead to perhaps the greatest single scientific theory of the past 100 years? That's coming up right now.
Have you ever seen Young Einstein?
Guys, before I talk about Einstein's insight.
No, I don't think these guys have. It was made back in the 80s.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was really cool.
Just allow me to tell you about.
They threw in a few scientific terms in amongst the dialogue. In
Yeah. Well, sort of a general concept of him working a patent office and inventing
and getting bubbles into
stuff.
beer.
Yeah, that was his main cause.
But he had Maria Curie as his girlfriend.
Yeah, that's right.
Today's sponsor, Magellan TV. I was partly inspired to do this video after watching a documentary on Magellan called Einstein and the Theory of Relativity. It's a fascinating journey into the history of the theory and its implications. The explanations and commentary are by some of the world's most renowned scientists. Magellan TV is a new type of streaming documentary service that was founded by filmmakers and producers who bring you premium quality documentary content. Featured subjects include history, nature, and of course science and space. You can watch it on any of your devices at any time with no interruptions and in 4K. I'm delighted that Magellan TV has a special offer for Arvin Ash viewers. If you use the link in the description, you'll get a free 1-month trial. I highly recommend Magellan TV. Einstein thought about what would happen if the window washer fell. For most people, imagining this would just conjure up disturbing images of the poor guy landing on the ground below, and the story would not have a happy ending. Einstein thought about it differently. He put himself in the window washer's perspective and imagined not what would happen when he met the ground, but what he would experience as he was falling. What he realized was that if he was falling, gravity would be the only force acting on him. He would be accelerating towards the ground, but since the ground would not be pushing up against his body, he would feel no weight. With no wind resistance, he would be in free fall, and this would be no different than being weightless in space. In a way, gravity and acceleration were different ways to describe the same thing. This is where Einstein had a huge insight. The way to connect gravity with the theory of relativity was through the idea of acceleration, since the two are equivalent. Einstein imagined being in a room with no windows, and if the room had a bathroom scale handy, what would happen if you stepped on the scale? Well, if anywhere stationary on Earth, you would weigh 80 kilograms, or whatever your weight is. Now he imagined being in the same room in space. Now what if the room was on a spaceship that was accelerating in an upward direction at 9.8 meters per second, which happens to be the exact same as the gravitational acceleration on Earth? What would happen when he stepped on the scale then? Well, the scale would read 80 kilograms, just like it did on Earth. The acceleration on the spaceship would appear to him inside the room as being indistinguishable from being stationary on Earth. If he didn't know he was on a spaceship, he could just as well presume he was on Earth. There would be no way to tell the difference, or would there? Einstein thought about this and asked himself if there was a...
You got a contradiction, Blue?
Well, that's slightly wrong technically, but I think he's about to get into it.
Way to tell the difference. He imagined what would happen if he took a flashlight or a laser beam and pointed it from one side of the room to the other as the spaceship was accelerating upwards. If he had a sensitive measuring instrument, he could measure the height of the light on the other side of the room. He realized that the height he would find on the other side of the room would be slightly lower than the source of the light. Why? Because the floor of the room would be rushing upwards at ever faster speeds as the light was propagating across the room. Since the room was accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second, the light beam would appear to curve downward. However, if you were on Earth and you measured the two heights, you may think that this should be no difference. The light should go straight to the other side of the room. This appears to be common sense. But Einstein thought this can't be because it would violate the principle of equivalence. Acceleration of the room on a spaceship should be no different than the room under the influence of gravity on Earth. He realized that this meant light must bend in the presence of a gravitational field. But how could this be? Because light always takes the shortest path between 2 points. It should be going straight. Then he realized, wait a minute, maybe the light is taking the shortest path between 2 points. Maybe the shortest path is not a straight line. He imagined the curved surface of the Earth. The shortest path between any two distant points on Earth, if you're restricted to the surface of the Earth, is never a straight line because you have to traverse the curvature of Earth. So the shortest path is always curved. So maybe gravity somehow causes a curvature of space itself. He hypothesized that in space, perhaps a straight line is not the shortest path between 2 points, and that perhaps in the presence of mass and energy, space somehow becomes curved, so that the shortest path the light can take is a curved path. This was the key insight that Einstein had about gravity. But in order to express this mathematically, it required very complicated mathematics that even a genius like Einstein could not easily figure out. He contacted an old buddy of his from college days, mathematician Marcel Grossman. Grossman had just finished his PhD dissertation on the topic of, wouldn't you know it, the geometry of curved space is called Riemannian geometry. With his help, Einstein figured out the mathematics of curved space-time, and this curved geometry is really the basis of general relativity. Now you have to realize how different this was than the status quo of the time, which was Newtonian space and time, which presumed that time was fixed, space was fixed, and gravity was a mysterious force that could act at a distance from one massive object to another without touching it. In this model, gravity did not affect the underlying space and time, but acted within it. Einstein's theory was now that gravity was not a force between massive objects, but something that emerges from the interaction of space and massive objects. John Wheeler would later summarize the theory in 12 short words. Space-time tells matter how to move, and matter tells space-time how to curve. That's it. That's general relativity in a nutshell. And orbits of planets could now be explained not by some mysterious force that acts at a distance, but rather an interaction that takes place locally with mass or energy and the space around it. And this can be visually represented by the kind of graphic you see here to show how massive objects like planets form orbits around other massive objects. It's important to note that the trampoline analogy you normally see on TV shows and YouTube videos like this is a 2D plane used for visualization purposes only. The interaction occurs obviously in 3 dimensions, not just 2. It looks more like this graphic. Now this is much more difficult to visualize and animate, so it's typically not used, but it is more accurate. However, in order for this theory to really be taken seriously, it had to make a prediction that could be tested, and that prediction could not be explained in any other way. This test came in the form of Mercury. Mercury's orbit had been a mystery for decades because it was unusual. All planets orbited the Sun in an ellipse. The planet closest to the Sun, Mercury, also orbited in an ellipse, but it did something weird. It had something called a precession. What this means is that its ellipse never closes. The point of the orbit that was farthest from the Sun advances a little bit every time Mercury goes around the Sun. It's as if the ellipse itself is orbiting the Sun. No one could ever figure this out using Newton's equations. When Einstein applied his new curved space theory to this orbit, the new theory predicted exactly the precession that Mercury actually has. Finally, a theory perfectly matched the observation which had been a mystery for decades. You can only imagine how Einstein felt when he figured this out. There was a time when Einstein was the only person in the world who realized that the universe actually works this way. But many skeptics still remained. Many scientists still had doubts about Einstein's theory. But the most foolproof confirmation of his theory came 4 years after he published it. That's when a team led by English astronomer Arthur Eddington in 1919 photographed stars near the Sun during a total solar eclipse. If Einstein was right, then the position of the stars near the Sun would appear different than their predicted locations based on where they should be as seen at night. This would happen because as light passed near the Sun, it should be bent by the curvature of space due to gravity. And that's exactly what he found, confirming that the theory was correct. And this is the moment that Einstein became a celebrity. You might ask, okay, I get it. I get space curvature, but it's called space-time. How does time enter into the picture? Why is this not just a distortion of space, but also of time? This is where Einstein's first theory, special relativity, comes in. The essential presumption in special relativity is that light always moves at the same speed, regardless of perspective or reference frame. This means that light will have the same speed in an accelerating reference frame as it will in a resting reference frame. If this is the case, then it means that the speed of light in the presence of gravity will be the same as its speed in empty space. Speed equals distance over time, s equals d over t. But since the distance traveled by the beam of light in a gravitational field is longer due to the curvature of space, in order for the speed of light to remain constant, time itself must pass slower in the gravitational field relative to time in empty space. In other words, time increases proportionately with the curvature of space near the gravitational field compared to empty space to keep the speed of light constant in both reference frames. This is why time is considered distorted by gravity along with space. It is really just part of the same fabric called space-time. This has some massive implications. It implies that the observer experiencing no gravity at all sees the clock in a gravitational field running slower. This means that the clocks on Earth are slightly slower than the clocks on the International Space Station. This effect has been confirmed by many experiments and is taken into account in order to keep the clocks of the GPS satellites in sync with the clocks on Earth. Otherwise, your GPS apps, like Google Maps, would give you inaccurate locations. Now, you should know that although general relativity is an astounding achievement by one of the greatest scientists of all time, it does not answer everything. Questions remain. Although it tells us how gravity works, it doesn't tell us what gravity exactly is. Why do massive objects distort space-time? What is the underlying connection between mass and space-time? It also predicts regions of space where space-time can get so distorted that nothing escapes, including light. This is called a black hole. But it shows that within the black hole lies something that seems impossible. And that is a mass concentrated to an infinitely small point with infinite density. This is called a singularity and is theorized to exist within the black hole. General relativity fails to work at the singularity. But infinities like this in science usually indicate some sort of incompleteness of theories rather than things that actually exist. To figure out what happens at these really small scales, we need our old friend quantum mechanics. But alas, the equations of quantum mechanics make no sense in terms of singularities or in terms of general relativity. So for now, the two theories remain incompatible. If we can bring these two theories together and truly understand how gravity behaves at the tiniest scales, we may answer the question of what gravity actually is. We'll need a new theory to figure this one out, and that theory is called quantum gravity. I'd like to thank my generous supporters on Patreon and YouTube. If you enjoy my videos, consider joining them. Or check out some of our other videos. I will see you in the next video, my friend.
I like it how, because I'm not as intelligent or knowledgeable about all these things, how he does break it down a bit more simplified to help novices to explain it a little bit better.
It's a common misconception that special relativity doesn't work in accelerated reference frames. That's not true. Special relativity does in fact work in accelerated reference frames. It's a little more difficult, but it does actually work.
So are you saying that a lot of what you're saying is wrong, or just
No. I'm just saying that right at the start there, something was said about special relativity only applying to reference frames with a constant velocity, and that's not quite true.
Okay.
And it's also not quite true that you cannot tell the difference in an accelerated reference frame and a gravitational field, because you can. If you're in that spaceship accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared, that acceleration applies to all of you, every bit. But in a gravitational field, the acceleration of gravity on your feet is a little bit more than it is on your head. So, assuming you're standing up and not standing on your head.
Yeah.
So you would be able to make a distinction. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the equivalence principle only refers to the local position. So if you're talking about taking a measurement at one position only, then that's what it applies to. As soon as you include an area, you're right, you can tell the difference.
Right.
We seem to have
But
it
that's
triggered.
me being a little too pedantic, I think.
We seem to have a triggered naked peanut out there.
Really?
Naked peanut. Who's triggered?
Matthew James.
Yes, Matthew James.
I don't think he's triggered with us, is he?
I don't
No,
know. He's triggered about
He's triggered with
something.
triggered with one of his friend mates, whatever. Not us.
I think he'll have to use the swear jar.
Swear.
Oh, well, if he's subbed, I'll give him a spanner. Where is he?
Well, he's talking poorly of flat earthers, so yes, give him a spanner.
Well, I've given Gary a spanner, but that's only so the others don't pounce on him when he says something. Can imagine a naked Gary when he's out there. They'd all pounce on him.
It wouldn't last long.
Next time he comes in, we'll take his spanner off him and then see what he does.
It must be that time of the night for a quiz.
That time?
Yeah.
We're coming up to the hour and 51.
Press play, Paul.
Yeah. Is there a specific time that we're allowed to have the quiz? Is there, Terry? Oh dear.
Well, we've got to keep the hourage sort of set for what we watched and then.
Oh my word!
And then a bit of quiz.
Okay. A little bit of quiz. Well, scramble your brains first.
Oh yeah.
You said press play, Blue. Can I press pause?
I'd rather press something else.
I can do that for you. There you go. Pause.
Oh, Matt's come back in. He'll probably want to. We have to wait for that.
He's coming just at the right time.
Yeah.
You're coming. You're back. You're back now, Matt.
Is he incapable of speaking?
I don't know. Not yet. He's not.
All right. Here we go then. Okay. Question 1. Who's got the background noise?
Oh, that'd be Matt.
Can you hear me?
Matt.
That's Matt.
Yeah.
I've got a new microphone basically, and I'm just trying it out.
Well, that picks up the
picking up everything.
That picks up the neighbours even.
Does it? It's really bad, is it? Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to work on that.
Yeah, we don't want to hear what the neighbours are saying.
And you're only in mono as well for some reason as well, so I have to figure that out. Okay, thanks.
That don't work.
I'll stay muted.
All right, question 1. Their creation was formally approved by Pope Sixtus V, but in 1902, Pope Leo XIII banned their use in church music. What? Who am I talking about? What am I talking about?
What are you talking about?
Not banjos.
Banjos?
Yeah. I don't think banjos were ever used in church music, were they?
That'd put a new twist on it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Farmer's Boy's got it right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
One of those little nuggets of information.
Yeah.
Bit of useless
It was
information.
not a revolutionary move. Not a revolutionary move, as their creation was almost universally outlawed by 1870. Not cymbals, not drums, not ball ringing.
Not sure if I spelled it
Ball
right.
ringing.
Is it,
I thought
is
you
it
rang
something
bells.
like that?
Is that an alternative name for what you've suggested, Farmer's Boy?
Could be, yeah.
Is it what I was suggesting there?
Yeah, that's right. That is correct.
Yeah.
Just send it to me, Timbo, so I can check the spelling.
Because of their absence, some Baroque operas are unperformable.
Yeah. Well, you can use if they allow them to use girls, but they won't allow them to use girls.
But then that's not the spirit of the opera, really. Then is it?
No, true.
No, not fat ladies, not choir boys, not bagpipes or guillotines, or cannons.
That'd be fun in church.
But we do have a correct answer out there now. Courtesy of Dora. Well done, Dora.
Dora, well done.
It is in fact castrati. Yes.
I can remember.
So
Was
the
it
rest
E
of your
or O?
clues. Yeah. It is actually with an I on the end, but an O I'll accept as well.
Fair
Yep.
play.
What's wrong with my
Yeah,
answer?
that's got it right.
Yeah. The process associated with them prevents the development of the larynx. Yes. Intended to preserve the prepubescent vocal range, given the term for a male singer with a female vocal range created by the removal of the testes is a castrati. Yeah. So they're outlawed now.
I should bloody well hope so too.
I
I mean,
think so,
blimey.
yeah.
And not all of them had permission for them to become castrati too, which was probably
No,
as well.
yes, it
Ouch.
wasn't entirely voluntary, was it? Yeah,
No.
ouch.
Yeah. Okay. Question 2. Of the 36 components of the stiffness matrix, only 21 of them are independent in the three-dimensional case of this law.
You,
Okay.
I'll follow you up with another clue quickly then. The materials to which this law applies are called conservative or linear elastic, and then only to the elastic limit. What law am I talking about? It's not viscosity. It's not ducts.
How big viscosity we had
No,
that.
that was for the previous one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, or the immaterial, I think it was.
This law generally states that stress is directly proportional to strain. I'm expecting Blue to get it right now.
oh,
Not Dredd's law, no. Not the law of attraction.
yeah, because
So
dread
me-
is the
so
law.
me and Blue should know this one. To stress
No,
and
not-
strain.
That's not a law, Blue. I'm after the law that incorporates that.
I don't know the name of the law.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Hey. Often written F equals
Is that
minus
marriage law?
kx. No, often written F equals minus kx. Name this law of physics relating to the distance of elongation and force constant to the restoring force of a spring.
I don't know.
I know
You should
I'm in
know
the
it
right
now.
ballpark.
Yeah, right now.
I know it now because
That's
it's on
the
board,
one.
isn't
That's the one, Timbo. But you
Isn't
were
that
beaten
because-
out
but-
there by Brian
But I-
Stevens.
it? I only know it because it says it in the diagram.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that was-
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Biggest
That
Dog
one-
has got it right out there too.
I went absolutely blank.
Yeah.
Yep, it's Hooke's law. Well
Yeah.
done.
Yeah, I wouldn't have
Oh,
known
speaking
that.
of
Not
blank,
the
what's
name.
happened there? Okay, question 3.
What did you-
Portuguese physician. You're right.
I was just going to ask
Portuguese
Blue
physician.
I was just going to ask Blue what he
Yeah.
put down as his answer before he put down. Hooke's
Oh,
law.
he mentioned Young's modulus, but Young's modulus is a ratio. It's not the actual law itself.
It's not the law.
Yeah,
It's how you calculate that.
it's part of the law.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's just a part of it. I couldn't think of hooks. Oh, it saved my life.
Yeah. Okay, question 3. Portuguese physician Egas Moniz shared the 1949 Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine for his research using a technique he first tested on humans in 1935. What technique was this? What did he do? Not a limb transplant. No, it's not a transplant at all. It has since
Oh, my
been
spelling sort of.
it has since been
That's how you spell
discredited. Yeah. In fact, one of Moniz' own patients went berserk and shot the doctor.
Oh no.
Actually, is that spelled right?
Yeah, that's better, Timbo. Your first attempt was pretty funny. And we have a correct answer out in the peanuts too. Well done to Truth Nerds, who said lobotomy. Timbo first came up with labour mummy.
You're talking about psychology, and I was thinking, no, it's probably lobotomy.
Yeah. It was a lobotomy, yeah. Still, thousands of patients, especially emotionally battered World War II veterans, were rendered docile by Moniz's methods. Name this surgical procedure in which the frontal lobes are disconnected from the brain. It was quite a brutal procedure. They didn't do it like that, but they did use. They did actually use a little sort of hammer thing that went in through the eye socket.
Right, through the eye socket.
Yeah. Was it any wonder they ended up docile? You know, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've
definitely got to fix that new mic. Go back to your old one.
Is it not good? Is it no?
Yeah, go back to your old one for now.
Okay, question 4. In May 2006, researchers announced that detailed imaging techniques had enabled them to read about 95% of the text on this thing, doubling what was previously known. What thing were they reading the text on?
I'll take a punt at that.
Nope, that's not right, Farmer's Boy.
Oh, no, it's fine.
It was not the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Oh.
It was originally found in 1900 by a Greek diver off the coast of its namesake island, though its importance wasn't realised for 2 years, and a working theory of its operation not published until 1959.
I don't know if I can spell it right.
I'm not even going to try spelling it.
Not the tablet. No.
No. It's not a tablet? Okay.
You're right, Farmer's Boy, but I want to know the actual name.
Oh, bollocks.
That's hilarious.
Oh,
Jerry.
is this the...
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to... I can't think of the...
Not the Rosetta Stone. No.
No, the... might have to...
something like that.
This is hilarious reading the... That's the one, Farmer's Boy.
Thank you. I'm not even sure if that's right spelling. But
that is in fact the correct spelling. Yeah.
It's
you got the correct spelling, did you?
I like Doris' answer, the anti-Kythocaran thingy.
Yeah, that's it.
Look, my first answer was just the thingy mechanism.
The thingy mechanism.
Yeah.
You know the one, the thingy mechanism.
Yeah. But you're correct, folks. It was the anti-Kythera mechanism. Yeah.
Cool.
What is this device? Now believed to have been used to calculate the movements of the planets, which used differential gears over 1,500 years before they were previously thought to have been invented. Yes, it was the Antikythera mechanism.
Antikythera mechanism.
Or,
that thing.
Or as
yeah,
Farmer said, the thingy mechanism.
I could spell thingy.
Yeah, the Greek diver, 1900 Greek diver got me on that off the coast of the namesake island.
Yeah.
That got it for
me. Okay, question 5. Proposed in 1867, it would allow development of a temperature gradient between two connected bodies of equal temperature, isolated from the rest of the universe, in contradiction to the second law of thermodynamics.
Oh, it's in contradiction.
What am I talking about? Yeah. What could possibly contradict the second law of thermodynamics?
Flat earthers.
Yeah. That violates the second law. Well, you don't even know what it is. Yeah, but it violates it. Yeah.
It does, yeah. This thing does violate the second law of thermodynamics. Although it has been shown that it actually doesn't. when you really thoroughly analyse it. But it was proposed to violate the second law of thermodynamics. In 1929, Leo Szilard proposed a resolution reasoning that the act of measuring molecular speed in order to regulate the connection between the two bodies would generate more entropy than would be eliminated by separating out the molecules by speed. What thingy am I talking about? And your final clue. Name this thought experiment created by a namesake Scottish physicist.
No.
So you've got to think of a Scottish name.
Oh dear.
Wee Willie McPooplock. I don't know.
Oh, come on. The peanuts are all over it, folks. Yes, you're right. Clive Wells, Truth Nerds. Yeah, it is in fact Maxwell's Demon.
I'm happy to say I've never heard of it.
Haggis McHaggis.
Have you never heard of Maxwell's Demon? Yeah. Haggis McHaggis? No.
Do you know how many books on this sort of thing I've got behind me?
None.
Correct. That might tell you where my interests lie.
Oh, I thought you might have heard of Maxwell's Demon, though.
No, that's
he was a little
one.
demon. Maxwell's Demon controls a gate, you see, between two chambers, and each chamber contains gas. And what he does is he lifts the gate up when he sees a molecule coming with a high speed, and he lets it through. But any low speed molecules, he closes the gate, and they can't get through. So you end up with the high speed molecules in one side, and in complete contradiction to the second law of thermodynamics. But of course, the analysis shows that they can't happen because the act of actually measuring the speed of the molecules creates more entropy than you would end up with by lifting the gate up and down anyway. So,
right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay. Well done, Peanuts. Question
Still on that
6.
one. Well done.
Yeah. Manufactured by Sinar Fleet Systems, its most elaborate incarnation bore the name Defender. What am I talking about?
Early
What did Sinar Fleet Systems make?
Never heard of them.
Defender was a good game.
No, Defender, that could have been Rover or Land Rover. Defender, no.
Captured ones were used at the Battle of Adjumar, and as they lacked landing gear, they were usually stored in racks. What are they? Not Star Trek ships, not chastity belts. I could just imagine racks of chastity belts.
Chastity belts.
No. Yeah. Normally developed in wings of 72, their namesake propulsion system allowed them to be produced for a low 60,000 credits.
Nice.
Although their lack of shields and ejection seats caused their pilots to be killed frequently. What are they? Not gliders, not bonsai.
Not helicopters.
Noted for their prominent solar panels, their lack of hyperdrives forced them to be deployed frequently from Nebulon B frigates and other capital ships. What are they?
Message.
That is correct, Farmer's Boy, but you were beaten out there by... who was it out there?
I have the Haynes manual on.
Oh, I was close.
Clive Wells. By Clive Wells.
Yeah, I have the Haynes manual for them.
I was close. I said Starfighter. I was close.
They are, in fact, TIE
TIE
fighters.
fighters,
Yeah.
fighters.
Also made in bomber and interceptor varieties. Identify this starfighter. Also deployed from Star Destroyers and the Death Star, the main fighter of the Galactic Empire in Star Wars. They were those things, the TIE fighters. Does anyone know what the TIE stands for?
Twin Ion Engines.
That's right.
Yeah.
Correct.
But I'm not a Star Wars fan. You first see the bomber variant in The Empire Strikes Back when they hide in the asteroid belt.
Yeah. And you're not a Star Wars fan.
I'm not. It's got 2 fuselages, but I'm not a Star Wars fan. No.
I don't think they're solar cells either, by the way. But I could be wrong.
I think they are. I think that's what they're supposed to be.
I have to look it up.
To power the ion engines.
You could be right, but I just vaguely recall seeing someone saying that that's a big mistake, thinking they were solar panels. I'll have to look that up now. Anyway,
hang on.
Next question.
You get on. I'll look it up.
Okay.
All right. Question 7. It was worked by a tribe in South America in the 1st century BC using a process involving urine.
Is that the same tribe that Sleeping Warrior comes from?
Yeah. What was worked by this tribe using urine?
Solar collecting wings.
Oh, they're not solar. Yeah, okay.
Not flat Earth territory. Not curing hides or tanning. No. Julius Scaliger was the first European to describe it. Noted that it was, up until now, impossible to melt by any of the Spanish arts, and it was first melted by using an elaborate magnifying glass apparatus. Not cement, no.
No, obviously not.
Process,
not fur, no. Not leather, no.
What metal? I'm guessing.
Dissolvable only by aqua regia. It is also used in an iridium alloy for making fertilizer and in catalytic converters and fuel cells.
There we go. We've got
Is
it.
What is it?
That.
Come on. Who can type it the quickest? It's not silver. It's not silver. It's not gold.
No, gold's relatively easy.
Yeah, it's very easy. Yeah, that would have been my guess. Was Carl?
Not iridium. No.
I know it's
not vanadium either.
I know it's Ian.
No.
Something Ian.
It's something inium, yeah. Found with iridium, osmium, rhodium, ruthenium, and palladium, identify this precious metal which appears similar to silver but is more expensive than gold.
Well, that's why I said the other first answer.
Platinum.
Oh, platinum.
Yes.
Platinum.
Well done to, I think Dora got it first out there.
Yeah, it's
followed by a whole heap of others.
But,
yeah.
That was my first answer, was silver. So.
Yeah. PT, platinum. Yeah. All right, question 8. Its members include former members of Orgasm Death Gimmicks and Feeling Bee, while its lead singer was not only drummer for First Arsh, but before an inquiry had qualified for the 1988 Olympics as a swimmer. What am I talking about?
I'm just going to take a punt.
Who's members? You are right, Farmer's Boy. Well done.
I'm not going to start singing because that'll give it straight away.
It will. Yeah.
Well, with that clue, I thought that can only be one band.
Yeah. Their music keeps turning up on soundtracks of game-inspired films, including Wing Commander, Mortal Kombat, Annihilation, and both Resident Evil films.
And no John Rapp. It isn't. I can guarantee it isn't Fleetwood Mac.
It is not Fleetwood Mac. No.
I don't know any of those games, and I never played.
It's not The Who or Kiss. No. But it is a band, Khalid. Which
yes. Oh, yes.
Not
I'm usually okay with music, but not this one.
No. Their penchant for multilingual puns in their lyrics even extends to the extra letter M in their name, as it can be translated literally as battering ram, as well as invoking the airshow tragedy at a US military base.
Yep.
Not 9 Inch Nails. No. And Farmer's Boy did indeed spell it with the 2 M's.
Of course.
Not multi-tom-tom. But well done to Dora, who seems to be on fire tonight, for saying Ramstein.
Oh, Ramstein. Oh,
Yeah.
No, never heard of
Well
it.
done.
yeah.
Never heard of
Haven't
him.
you?
Never heard of it.
Really?
Du hast mich.
I
Yeah.
suspect I've probably heard their music, but I've never heard of them.
Yeah. Responsible for the albums Herzlied, how do you say that? Senschut and Mutter.
Your mother.
Yeah. Name this German industrial metal band whose songs include Moscow, America, and Du hast.
That's probably their biggest hit, Du hast.
Yeah, probably.
Never heard.
Because it's
Very
also a
very
play on
controversial.
words.
Very controversial
Mo-
band in their time.
Well,
Moscow as in the old. No, Moscow, not the same one. No.
well,
Moscow.
they have
No.
they have recently released an album, and one of the tracks on there is called Bigger Dicker Titten. And the video is it. You know the start of all of your quizzes, Paul.
Yeah. It's like that.
That's pretty much the essence of the song and the video.
Ah, okay.
Yes, because it is. The title of the song is literally "Big Tits." So they are quite tongue in cheek, but they have done some incredible music. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a shame it's all in German. Yeah.
Okay, question 9. This piece is played by garbage trucks in Iran, Taiwan, and other countries to notify people to bring out their trash.
Whoa.
What piece?
The Mr. Whippy tune?
You so want it to be anything by the group Garbage. I don't think actually any of their songs are quite apt.
No. It may have been originally meant for Therese Malfatti von Rohrenbach zu Deza.
Bloody hell.
Say that quickly. Whom the composer intended to marry.
What was the name again?
Don't be cruel.
Therese Malfatti von Rohrenbach zu Deza.
There you go. You got it right the second time.
Yeah.
That rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does, yeah. The popular title came from one researcher who remembered seeing it on a now lost manuscript, and some scholars speculate that its name is a result of Beethoven's notoriously bad handwriting. What song is this?
See, now you've got to remember the actual titles of some of Beethoven's stuff, which I find with classical music is almost impossible. You know the music, but you don't know what it's called.
I could play
is it that one, or do I got to look something else?
You'd get it. You'd get it. Yeah. Give the popular name of this piano piece, properly titled "Bagatelle in A Minor."
Oh, a mere bagatelle.
But it comes by a more well-known name.
Is it what I was saying, Paul?
That's the one, Timbo. Yes.
Okay.
And well done to biggest doggers. Oh no, Truth Nerd's got it before biggest doggers out there.
Oh,
well done.
Ferrelise.
Yeah. Ferrelise was the correct answer for that. Yeah.
You could play it.
All
You
right,
could play it if
and
you had your piano next to you.
Yeah. And the last question of the day. It was formed in 1967 when guitarist Peter Spencer teamed with 3 ex-members of John Mayall's Blues Breakers. What was formed?
That's annoying. That's not ringing any bells.
No?
Blue Marble Science's future nemesis? I don't know. The Blues Breakers?
What, the Blues Breakers?
Not the Pistols, no.
No.
After their second album, English Rose, Peter Green left the group. That's the one, Farmer's Boy. Yeah.
Peter Green.
And Tora got it too. Well done. I just thought I'd put a Fleetwood Mac question in there.
You're cruel.
Yeah.
You're cruel, Paul.
But the year nearly gave it away, but the second one, Peter
Was it the album English Rose that gave it away, Farmers? Was it?
No, I
No,
didn't
it's
think
Peter
it'd take
Green.
long.
Oh,
to
Peter
this
Green
one,
thing.
Yeah. So they added guitarist Danny Kerwin, and on vocals the wife of the bass player, herself the former lead singer for Chicken Shack.
Chicken Shack.
Yeah. The band didn't get the most familiar lineup until 1974, after the departure of Kerwin, Spencer and Bob Welch, in favour of, and you should have known it by this time, Lindsay Buckingham and Stevie Nicks. That would have certainly given it away.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Named the group, whose albums include Tusk, Mirage and Rumours. Yeah.
I like the question.
Fleetwood Mac was the correct answer.
I like the question mark next to door. Fleetwood Mac?
I'm wondering whether we should award a correct answer to the person who wrote Fleetwood Mac for an earlier question. he was just anticipating the answer to question 10.
What? When he wrote Fleetwood Mac for Rammstein.
Anyway, that was your quiz.
That was a good quiz. Thank you. I enjoyed that. Fleetwood Mac. Never have you seen a band more publicly wash their dirty laundry. I mean,
and make money off it.
And make money. But imagine having to stand on stage in front of thousands and thousands of people singing a song that your ex has written about you, about he's now shagging, the bird that's over your shoulder. I just...
Yeah.
And all the while, the only one who's never been involved in any of this is his matey boy drummer. Old Mick is at the back. He's just going, yeah, I don't fucking care because I had anything to do this. He's always got this big grin on his face, and the others, the 1 minute they're happy, the next minute they're scowling because, oh, hang on, this song's about me again, isn't it? But yeah, they got very, very rich out of it.
They did, yeah.
Is my audio any better, by the way?
Oh, now it's 100% better than what it was.
Yeah, it's because I switched back to my old microphone.
You say you got a new microphone and it sounds shit. So what's that say?
I thought I'd give it a go. It's a lapel microphone. It's a Bluetooth one, but I don't know. It might be different for recording videos, perhaps. I don't know.
It just sounded terrible.
Check it out.
Yeah, it sounded terrible on this. I'll see what it's like on Discord and see what it's like recording as well. See.
Yeah, just got to try all the different settings, haven't you? All the different environments.
I'm just tired of this bloody microphone with the boom. It just gets in the bloody way. It's too big and horrible. Don't like it.
Well, we can help you out over on Discord later, if you want.
Yeah.
Because I can leave the Zoom going for you if you want, and then you can try it in both.
Yeah.
I wanted to know from Blue how many Paul's questions were correct tonight.
Not very many.
That's a bit the same. I think only 3 of them were correct, I think.
Well, started out pissing me off with Hook's Law, damn it.
For some people, 3 is an excellent score.
I'm happy with my 4.
Blue's going to be
2 of them on the first clue.
Blue's going to be upset for the rest of the day without Hawks singing. Just tell.
I think of all the time I've been doing that quiz, I think there's only ever been 1 or 2 quizzes where one question in the whole quiz has maybe not been answered. So there's usually an answer by the time we come to the last clue from either Peanuts or the internal. So they're not unanswerable.
Oh, there we go. Track 9 on the album, Dickerton.
I don't remember any of them being unanswerable.
No, most of them. Even if you have to wait to the last clue, it's the last clue that gives it away. Unless it is something you've just never heard of.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're not going to.
You're
not going to write a quiz that doesn't have an answer to. I mean,
well, obviously.
Face it. Paul might. I don't know. I've been winding out. There is no answer. It's a load of bullshit.
Brian Stevens in the chat says, "Hey, when you like springs as much as me, Hook's Law is a thing you remember." Well, I don't like springs. I'm an electrical guy. I like wires, damn it.
Swear jar, Matthew.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Only springs I worry about are the ones at either end of my motorbike. Although apparently the springs at the back of my car are a bit rusty and will need replacing before the next MOT.
What isn't rusty underneath that thing? Besides your front end.
What holds it together?
The front subframe and the two lower arms. They're new. They're shiny,
Yeah.
black and shiny. But it is, yeah. Because I was quite surprised when he was doing that last Saturday. I was having a good gander at the, along the entire underside of the car, and Christ knows where that's been all these years. But that's rusty as hell. I mean, it's it's not.
Didn't you look under it when you bought it?
Not to that extent, no. I must admit, I haven't seen anything quite like it. I mean, it's okay. It'll go for years, but the front subframe was the biggest worry, and of course we've done that. But yeah, I've not seen one as bad as that. I must admit. But it'll do. She'll keep going.
I should show you a photo of what my car looks like underneath the wagon.
Years ago, a mate's dad, he had a concourse condition Ford Capri 2.8 injection, and he used to lift the whole thing up on ramps and polish the underside.
Polish?
I mean,
wow.
Yes, it was. It's probably in better nick than when it came off the factory floor.
Factory, yeah.
And I mean, not just inside the engine bay was spotless. Everything. If you went up underneath it, it was spotless too. Yeah, if there was the slightest hint of rain, the car wouldn't come out, and he'd take it to shows and show it off. But
yeah,
we'd pop round to see me mate one day, and his dad had brought it out. He'd spent literally hours polishing and cleaning this thing, and he stood back of mine. And we was chatting with him. He said, "Yeah, you've done a lovely job of that." And the bird flew over. I went
plop.
Bonnet, roof, tailgate. It could. I mean, it's like it was. I don't know what bird it was. It's like he was waiting in the wings and thought, right, he's done now. It's me chance. Bombs away.
So now whenever he shows it, he's sitting there with an air rifle, is he?
I mean, it was a beautiful car. It got no mileage on it, and it was gleaming inside out, back to front, upside down. It was just, and that bird just went splat, splat, splat.
Oh, brother,
There's a guy here in town that's restored an early model Studebaker, and it's just immaculate. He's spent 40 years restoring it, and he's panel beaten everything out by hand, no bog or anything in it. He's rebuilt all the wooden frame and, for the roof mechanism and everything. It just looks absolutely gorgeous. And he enters it into restoration competitions and stuff like that. And the judges climb under it, and one judge says to the other, "Hey, get under here and have a look. There's something wrong." And so the other judge goes under, and they come out and they said, "There's no oil leaking from it."
Oh dear, yeah, bloody right.
He's done such a good job of restoring everything. Yeah.
My brother restores old motorbikes, like Indians and stuff, just for some of it. And for one of his mates who's got a bit of money, he does the work for him, and then his mate sells them. So some of the stuff he pulls out is pretty nice. Yeah. Two brothers. The other brother was into they're both mechanics. I'm not a mechanic, but they're both mechanics. The other brother was into hot rods and show cars and stuff like that. Some of the cars, he organised a few shows, and some of the vehicles that those guys produced was phenomenal, but absolutely useless because you can never drive them on the road.
No, I like mine to be able to be driven and used. I'm doing the front brakes on the wagon at the moment. Got to order some front rotors, a kit for the calipers. The brake pedal just seems a little hard. It doesn't seem to have any give in it, like for that feel when you use your brakes.
You want a little bit of give, don't you?
Yeah, that's what you'd think there'd be in it. Just feels too hard. Oh.
No, my new brakes are nicely bedded in. Only took about the third application of the brake pedal. I thought, oh yeah, there's some bite now. They obviously hadn't taken it for a test ride after they did the front end.
Yeah. Well, I thought the ones I had on the front of mine weren't too bad until I took them off to do the bearing, and very fine cracks in them. Not good.
Yeah, well, it's usually because they're overheating, isn't it?
At one time, yeah, at one time they'd been overheated and gone through water or
Yeah.
something.
Am I on the wrong show? Am I on
No.
Top Gear or something?
Look, just because you don't have a
No,
car or drive,
Yeah.
Why? Do you want to be
but-
the hamster?
Oh,
You're right, though, Matt, because if you don't step in and say something, they'll talk for hours like this.
Yeah.
well, we're not talking about ducks either.
No, that's right.
Ducks.
I'm sure Paul probably doesn't want to talk about ducks.
Oh,
Paul talks about exactly. Yeah. Last thing you want to talk about.
Ducks. What's it? Duct tape.
Yeah.
What's next, Terry?
Yeah, what do
I'm
you got
just
for
getting
us,
ready. That's why I was letting you all
Ah.
talk for a minute so I could get
I'm
ready.
going to chat for a bit.
Once you get things lined up, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Artemis 1 probably won't be launching on Tuesday as planned.
Yeah, I've got your video.
I don't know
here.
yet.
I
What do
thought
you mean
might
good?
be
Why
better.
good?
Oh, because I'm going to be on site in bloody Harlow. So good.
Oh, right, okay. Well, I mean, it's not guaranteed. It's there's a weather front, and they're a bit worried about rain and wind and
Friday.
lightning and stuff.
Friday.
Friday. Okay, I'll let them know. All right. Okay, I'll tell them.
Well, I'm out Monday through to Thursday on various sites, so Friday would be good, or Saturday, but not Sunday because I'm paintballing. So yeah.
You mean
Oh,
there's
you're
going
going
to
to
be
do a bit of
weather on
paintball.
Tuesday?
You haven't done that for a while.
Yeah, no, I haven't, but no, they.
Well, it's going to be a bit of weather in Florida on Tuesday. I'll tell you that much. I don't know where you are. I don't know.
Hey, Matt, I've got news for you.
What?
We have weather all the time.
Do you?
Changes too.
What, with weather where stuff goes boom and flashes in the sky as well? You get that all the time.
Oh, it could be sunny.
Bit of that.
That's weather.
Could be sunny. That's weather. Yeah.
We had a bit of that today. That flashy stuff and
Did you?
some of that wet stuff and.
Yeah, well, rockets are not too bad with a bit of wet stuff, but when there's a lot of wet stuff and a lot of stuff that's going boom and flashing, it gets a bit more worrying.
We had
for
a
the
couple of
people that are
days of
launching
it
them.
here during the week. It's eased off now.
If you listen to, is it Chris from Westchester County? Yeah, is it because you haven't got the Bermuda Triangle cleared out for the rocket to land in? Is that
CC, yeah.
CC?
Yeah. Oh dear.
We've got daisies coming up everywhere in all the green parts of our farm at the moment. So everything that's normally green is now yellow. And like when you mow it, it leaves green. I'm tempted to use the mower to draw something in the middle of one of them. It can only be seen from the air.
You're going to do a crop circle.
Yeah. What should I do? Should I do a fist with a finger pointing up, or should I?
Yes. Fun things you could think of. Better if you know when the Google's going to do their flights, and then you do it then.
We'll put SOS and see if anybody turns up. See what happens.
Crosses.
Noughts and crosses, yeah.
Yep. Google used to publicise when they were going to do their flights, and then they realised that wasn't a good idea. So, I don't know people now.
I don't know if you read the story, but there was a guy, I don't know, in some city, and it was something like Atlanta or something like that. And his house was underneath the flight path coming into some other city. I don't remember what it is.
Oh, yeah.
Did you read that? And he put "Welcome to whatever city it was," but it was completely the wrong city.
Luton?
And apparently, people, all the passengers were looking out and getting so confused. Like, well, why are we coming into this city? I didn't fly to this city. What's going on? Yeah.
Wasn't it Luton or something like that? Oh
no. It was just, this is in America. It was definitely America. I just don't remember the city.
I remember seeing the sign on the.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny.
I think it's genius. I think it's really good sort of thing. And apparently there was nothing he could do about it because it was in his own property. He didn't need planning permission, and there was bugger all they could do about it. So we left it there for a bit. I think he got rid of it in the end, but yeah.
My understanding is why, or particularly in the west of or middle America with the big water towers, is why they have their town name on the water towers. Is back in the early days of aviation, it was a way of them making sure they knew where. Yeah,
Right.
I don't know if that's true, but that's a story I heard. But yeah,
they also had big arrows made permanently on the ground for navigation.
Yep.
Some are still there.
Yeah, that was all the sort of the flying mail, wasn't it? And they had the big permanent. You know, you want to go that way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that way.
Terry.
Not yet ready yet, Matt.
What? I'm just saying Terry. Am I not allowed to say Terry?
Terry.
Just saying Terry. Whatever you say after that is up to you. I don't know.
I did.
I could say Terry if I want.
Okay.
Maybe once to be more formal, you want to be Terence.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
exactly.
Farmer, can you
Terence?
Timber and Matt?
What was that? Sorry.
He was only called that when he was getting told off.
I was never called that.
I was called Matthew when I was told off.
I was Chris and Terry, so or birth certificate.
Okay.
Not Terence then.
No.
Oh, this is a. Oh dear me.
Get back there, you. Supposed to go over there.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any of his stuff for a few days. Oh, we've got Wally.
Wally.
Anton.
I've got
two from Anton.
Yeah, I thought we'd watch that one. So I'll give that one a miss for now. That can go next time.
I haven't seen any Wally for a long time, actually. So look.
I'll move Simon over.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that one.
Don't know who that is. That wouldn't be very interesting.
Blue Marble Science.
Yeah.
Forget that.
Name rings a bell.
I don't know about that one.
You're going to play that one, I need to go get my oven mitts.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I can't move my monitors any further back.
So we don't need that one.
Oh no,
Matt?
don't.
Yeah, that's what I was
Well,
going to say.
you could do, but I've already told you anyway. So
You
that's
don't
what I
have to
thought.
move your monitors. I'll
Just to move yourself. Oh.
I'll just sit over here and play with the cat's toy. You know.
It's going to get worn out, but not from the
It
cat.
is. And the cat's not bloody interested in it.
I made my own for the cats. Oh, much nicer.
I'm trying to move all the.
yeah, just if you got any of mine, just take it off because there's only.
Yeah, I did.
not
I'm
worth
just
really
moving
a
all
couple of
the
minutes.
short ones at the front.
And you haven't got much time left anyway, have you? So.
That's a 2. That's a 2. That's a 3.
2.
And that's a 4. Yeah, that'll do. There we go. You
Right,
are
Terry.
frozen out there. No wonder he's frozen out there.
Yeah, it's
It's
happens
fixed
when
up now.
Terry's
Yeah, because I've got things going on in here. Should know that by now.
What you should do is when we get to this point, you should forewarn me so I can sort of, you know.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
Or just get your best side if you've
how's
got one.
it go again?
My best side. Hang on a minute.
I'll just set that
No,
up.
that's probably no. Do that. That's probably an improvement, Matty.
You just put your live. Still can't see it.
It'll put talking out your arse on another level, wouldn't it?
Aha!
Oh.
Have you ever seen that weird horror film called Society?
Rings a bell.
Where it turns out the lad finds out that his parents or whatever are actually like shape-shifting aliens, and they can merge their bodies together.
No, actually, no. I kind of think I've seen that one.
No, it's a strange one, but yeah.
Oh,
I'll show you an image one day.
I didn't get you unfrozen to change.
Oh well.
Don't matter.
We'll have to work on that.
I'll next time. We'll do it next time. I can go back to what I was doing now.
Okay.
Oh, wrong one.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm all over the place here. I need that. That's what I needed.
That one, yeah. That's the one. Matt, you're up.
Terry,
Oh, hello, Matt. How you going?
not too bad. Do us a favour.
Oh, yeah, I could do you a favour. How big's the favour?
Could you unmute and then press play on that screen for me?
Oh, I could do that. It's a little bit of an effort, but I'll try my best.
What, two clicks of a mouse?
No, less than that. It's just one finger pressing this.
Well, what about unmuting?
Oh, then I need to
I'm here to make a confession, and that is, I now believe that the Earth is flat.
Oh,
he's Welsh. You would do.
Of your actions right now?
What's the implication mean?
There we are. See that? The greatest lie on Earth. Proof that our world is not a moving globe.
Wonderful.
That's a damn shame.
The most universal accepted scientific belief today is that the Earth is a globe.
That's impossible.
Beautiful.
Spinning on its axis at the speed of approximately 1,000 miles per hour.
Throw all that in.
At the equator.
Yeah, throw all the speeds in.
Well, that's just silly.
While at the same time, it is orbiting the sun at...
Oh, here we go. I reckon we could answer this all by ourselves. All these different big numbers.
Approximately 66,600 miles per hour.
I find that hard to believe.
I don't know about you, but that got me alarmed.
Did it? Really? Oh, there's writing.
66,600. Oh yes, 666.
Number of the beast.
666. Stop you.
Was that
don't
done on purpose, or was that just a coincidence?
Coincidence? I think not.
Yet here we are. Look.
Sorry, Carl.
Quiet, stationary, still. And they're telling us that the Earth is spinning on its axis at approximately 1,000 miles per hour at the equator.
Outrageous!
Yeah.
Outrageous!
So, does that mean then that the further you get to the poles, the Earth slows down? How come we're not getting whiplashed? And they're telling us that gravity exists, that the trillions and trillions and trillions of tons of water are held together by the spin of the Earth.
Wait a minute. Add all that up. What he did, how many trillions it was.
So the water on our planet is sort of getting on for the size of Jupiter, is it?
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah, apparently.
Yet it can't even hold down a helium balloon.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, I wonder why.
Oh, what makes
Why
a
do you
helium balloon
believe
float?
that
Could it be
we
the
are
same thing?
spinning at the number of the beast 666?
That's because I don't care.
Not.
I'm just a conspiracy theorist, aren't I? You know, what do I know?
You're a moron.
Not a lot.
Well, actually, now that you mention it,
Everett.
I almost feel a little bit sorry for that guy because he is quite clearly not the sharpest knife in the drawer for whatever reason.
Did you notice at the beginning he says, "I am now a flat earther," and then when you pan around his bedroom, there's posters and all kinds of stuff flat Earth. I think he's been a flat earther for quite some time, personally. But
well,
what do I
either
know?
that or the previous half hour, and he's put all that up. You know,
In half an hour
for the video.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe, I don't know, but there was a lot of stuff there about flat Earth, to be honest.
I've got a funny feeling he's on the what's the word? He's
spectrum.
on the spectrum somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
And you can see how they might well, read a book or two and think, oh yeah, this will make sense because they don't know any better. But yeah, so I almost feel a little bit sorry for that one. Almost.
He's got good content. Something to laugh at.
Yeah, poor old boy. He's no doubt being very, very serious. I hope so.
Carl in the chat says, I think he's a troll. His outburst was fake. I don't know, maybe. Maybe.
Yeah. That's a problem when all you've got is, videos and things online. Just, how do you tell?
Yeah, you can't.
Are you ready for the pose?
Yeah.
Hang on a minute.
Pose for it. Hold on.
Let me know when you're ready.
Go on. Now.
Okay. We'll see if it comes.
Yeah, there it is. You got that.
Did I?
We got that.
Just waiting for it to come through at mine because I think we got a bit more of a lag.
Yeah, same.
We got it at my end, so.
Yeah, we've got more of a lag up here.
Just wait,
not
wait
quite
for
there
it.
yet.
Wait for it.
Yeah, well,
That's got it.
There we go.
No, I haven't seen it. It's still lagging for me. Still going.
What?
Yeah, I'm still trying to catch up.
Hell.
I'm about 15 seconds behind.
I've got it live though for you in the shared screen.
Oh, so yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking at that.
Yeah.
Now I am. Yeah, very good.
Oh dear, you gotta have a laugh, ain't you?
Well, now we know that little trick.
After the week I've had, you've got to have a laugh, bloody hell.
So just be ready
just
at
see it on
any
the live
moment,
as well.
any moment when he's on live camera, I'll do that and catch his unawares. Or on purpose.
Do the same pose.
Yeah, we got to get that turtle.
Not really going to work the same. Not really not going to work the same way with Timbo, is it? It's really not.
Well, the turtle. We haven't worked out. We haven't worked out any.
That's my arms are.
Yeah.
Arms aren't moving at the moment.
You remember when we tried to get you to pick your nose and it didn't work?
Yeah, I can try that. Hang on.
It didn't work.
Go on, pick your nose. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway,
See,
Terry.
Look, see, there you go.
It's as close as I can get. As I said, I can throttle myself.
Yeah.
I can try my tummy.
I don't like where
Terry.
you're putting your hand.
Look, it's Terry. Push play.
Terry.
Wait, one at
Terry.
a time.
Terry.
Matt.
Well, Alan's not here, so I can't do that.
Oh, okay.
Terry, you see that little triangular button shaped thing? It's down there.
That goes to the next video.
No, the other one.
What, the other video?
No,
Oh, you silly buddies.
the triangle button. That's next to the skip video one.
The
one on the
triangle
left.
one. I'll have to see.
The triangle shape. The white triangle shaped button.
Well, if it's to do with a triangle, I'm going to have to contact Anthony.
Oh, bloody hell. Terry, press button, please.
Yeah, we need a triangle calculator.
Yeah. Yeah, to calculate the triangle.
Yeah.
Hit your spacebar.
If me and you are sitting out on a hot summer day and there's a big puffy white cloud floating above us, nobody from the town next to me can see that cloud because that cloud is in my realm.
I'm sorry, what?
What?
Come
Does that
again?
make sense? Everybody following me?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So I'm riding my bike. I look up and I notice that the sun, which is supposed to be, 3 million miles away?
Let me
No.
What? Add about another 90 million.
Watch the sun
It.
set in the clouds in my realm.
I totally believe you, dude.
Yeah.
Now you're going to try to tell me that we are orbiting around a star that's 300 million miles away.
Wrong again.
No.
We're not saying that at all.
The star's going 200-something thousand miles an hour orbiting around this big sun star. It's not true.
No.
It's absolutely fake.
You're right, it's not.
The government
Anyway.
lies to us.
Probably, but that doesn't
that's
change
above
the
us.
fact.
Basically the Earth is flat and it's round. You got a wall around it.
Do you have any evidence at all?
Well, Your Honor, we've got plenty of hearsay and conjecture. Those are kinds of evidence.
And then you have the Earth. Look at the flag of the United Nations. It's a flat Earth.
It's not a flag.
They talk about the firmament that covers the Earth. It's in the Bible. They talk about 4 corners of the Bible. It's in Genesis.
Who gives a fuck? I certainly
I'll talk about a man walking on water as well.
747's flying through the air.
Yeah.
It goes 600-something miles an hour. It's like almost one of the slowest speeds to keep it going. It would have to nose down in a plane every 30
the old nose
seconds
down, yeah.
for it to compensate for turning around the Earth. Okay?
Bull fucking shit.
Also, the brown earthers want to argue the fact that my buddy was at the ocean and he seen this big old oil tanker out there and it disappeared. Okay? Because the Earth's round, he said. I said, well, okay, pick up a pair of binoculars. Picked up a pair of binoculars and the boat came right into his sight again.
If I am lying, may God strike me down right now.
And then I'll argue with this one too. The longest bridge in the world is 100 miles long. That bridge should be, I believe, a significant amount of difference, like 2,300 something feet difference from the beginning to the end of the bridge.
What does that even mean?
According
I thought he was about to cry then.
and altitude of the
I thought he was about to sneeze or something.
Can you repeat that?
I'm a bit worried what he's doing on the toilet.
latitude
Anyway.
and altitude of the globe.
That don't make no sense.
It's a fool who looks for logic in the chambers of the human heart.
It's within inches. They've done laser testing. It's within inches.
Great story, man.
So, there's much more that meets the eye about this lie.
What the hell is the world coming to?
Another fruitcake. Where's all these fruitcakes coming from?
They can't even get some of the basic facts right.
No.
Try and get the basic facts of what you're trying to debunk first right, and then debunk it if you can.
So the sun's only a couple of million miles away.
Well, first of all, he said 3 million, and then he said 300 million.
300 million.
Then 300 million. I know, but the difference between 3 million and 300 million, you can make up his mind where the sun is.
But I like it how the cloud above me is not seen by anyone in the town next to me.
Yeah, because it's in his bedroom, apparently. Where he's getting that from? What the hell was that about?
Your own personal cloud.
It's a little bit off on that bridge. I think the longest bridge in the world's around 160 kilometres.
No, that's asking a bit too much, Zebulon.
He said 1,000 miles, then he changed his mind, then he said it was 100 miles.
Yeah, what happened to Orphan Red?
100 miles.
Seen her for a while.
Do you feel sorry for this guy, Farmers? Oh, he's muted. He's gone to do something.
Muted.
He's put his drinking icon on.
Oh, he's got his icon on, has he?
That's probably what he's doing right now. He's having a nip or something.
He's got his finger up saying, yeah, hold on a minute while I scull this beer.
Okay.
I can't freeze frame him now.
Oh,
no,
What's the matter?
I'll do his pose. Hang on, was it that? That was it.
Something like that, yeah. But look at surprise.
Look at surprise.
Do you feel sorry for this guy, or were you not? Did you not listen to any of what you said, Farms?
Oh, I watched him this morning. I couldn't give a toss about him. Don't care.
We're going to have a bit of Wally now.
Yeah, a little bit of Wally.
Yeah, I haven't seen Wally for ages.
Oh, I think he finally got booted from Bev server, didn't he?
Yeah, there you go. I froze Farmer at the right time.
My natural pose.
Yeah.
Drinking tea.
Yeah, having a sip of your tea.
Yes.
I planned it.
Or speaking of which, I'm supposed to be making some.
Hey, Matt, to be honest. Is he here?
See,
it's not here.
Right, Terry. See the bottom left of the screen, the white triangle.
Which way's left?
Left. The other side, where you are now.
Other left.
The other left.
Port.
Port. Yeah. We'll probably know what that is. No, Terry, just press play, would you, please?
I can't drink port. It's too much.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well look, today I've got a little short one.
G'day.
This is about a video request on TikTok by a guy called Globy McGlobeface. Now he's made a request for somebody in Perth to help him out with his 3 sightings of the Southern Cross Challenge.
Perth?
I think he wants to poke it at flat earthers. Of
Perth,
course he does.
yeah.
Anyway, here's his request, and if anybody in Perth is able to help, well, you can get in contact with me, or probably better still, jump on your TikTok and get in contact with him and let him know you are able to help him out. Thanks, guys.
All right, my fellow Globers, I'm very excited to announce part 2 of the Southern Cross Challenge. Flat Earthers should be deleting their accounts after this. We will have an observer in Brazil in about 10 days. Now, at that time, just about twilight, the Southern Cross will be right there. That's the prediction. That's about south-southwest. Now, at that same exact time in South Africa, it should be low on the horizon, but it should be visible with the pointer stars there. And from Australia at that same time, it should be south-southeast, or maybe southeast. So those are the 3 predictions. The problem I have right now that I need your help with is I believe the current people I have in Australia that can do the observation are too far east. There's too much daylight. I need an observer in Western Australia. So please, if any of you live in Western Australia, hit me up in the comments below. All you need is a compass, a mechanical one, and a cell phone or a camera that you can shoot the Southern Cross with and show us on a TikTok live that you're doing it. So please, if you or anyone you know lives in Western Australia, leave a comment, tag that person. Let's get this done. 3 observers seeing the Southern Cross at the same time will absolutely shatter the current flat Earth model.
I think Southern Sal used to be Southern Globehead. She was trying to do something like this, but she couldn't get anybody in South America because she's in South Africa. She couldn't find anybody in South America, but she got somebody in Australia, Western Australia.
Wouldn't New Zealand, Perth, and South Africa do?
No, you need somebody in South America as well, didn't you?
Yeah, he's trying to do Western Australia and South Africa, I assume. So
yeah, and South America. You need somebody in
South
Argentina. Yeah, you needed somebody in Argentina somewhere in there.
Yeah, just gets that in. I think you can just do that one.
Yeah, so between the 3 of them, they should all 3 of them should be able to see the Southern Cross.
Yeah,
at the same time.
Because I don't think we can do East Coast New Zealand's a bit close to prove anything. I mean, I don't think we can get from East Coast to South America in daylight in one go. In nighttime in one go. I'm not sure. I have to look.
Western Australia, you should, right?
Yeah, Western Australia, South Africa, and well, somewhere in the bottom of South America, you should make it just.
Yeah, we don't know anyone down there.
Yeah, I know Southern South tried to organise that, but yeah, that was the only piece she was missing was South America. Without the 3, it's not really worth doing, is it?
But wouldn't New Zealand, Perth, and South Africa still work, like to help the flatties? Because it's direction. If
no, with the distances involved, then no, it wouldn't, because what you're trying to prove is that with those kinds of distances, whether they can all see the Southern Cross at the same time.
That's what they're trying to prove. So,
it's more
New
the-
Zealand was too
it's
far
more
east,
the-
probably.
Yeah, I think it's more the. I mean, in theory, yes, between east coast and west coast of Australia should be enough to prove it, but they'll just argue that you're just a bit off by 15 degrees or whatever it is. And yeah.
Can you shout out links, Nick? Carrying knives, police, antisocial behaviour. Where's Peebles? Do you agree?
Why?
I'd have to look at that
Scotland, isn't it?
to see what it's all about.
Yeah.
Yes, Gary. You're in the sphere.
Scary, there is he? Oh, there he is. Okay. Terry, can you push play, please?
Oh, wait a minute.
No,
But
well,
you're,
don't
you're
push play.
also demanding.
Well, don't push play if you're going to go to that one. Never got on your head before.
Yeah, if you don't say please, Farmers tells you off.
Yeah, got to be polite about these things.
Where's yours gone, Timbo? I thought I had one yours.
You just closed it.
Oh.
Yeah, you did. You just closed it. That's what I said. Don't play mine.
I thought. Well, you
Go
got me
to
off-
your history and go to recently closed tabs, and there it is.
He hasn't figured these things out yet, Farms.
He said press play, not close tab.
that's what I said.
See? You're confusing me. Right.
I can hear it.
It's in your
Plus praise is starting to confuse you now, is it? I can't even talk. Saying press play is very confusing to Terry now. So
that big long bar at the end of your at the bottom of your keyboard, hit that.
Not literally hit it with a hammer or anything like that. Just
Well, I'm
press
just
it.
looking for something to hit it with.
One of those digits on the end of your hand would work.
Can I use my head?
Can do.
You can if you want to.
Go on, I dare you.
Ah, there's the noise.
G'day out there, this is Timbo Turtle. It's a universal experience for all of us that we can all wander outside and see the sunrise, or in the evening see the sunset, no matter where we are, whether at the coast or in the city. We use that sun in our perspective images all the time. We learn when we start to draw, the sun is in the back and everything else is in the front. Perspective is dear to my heart. It's what I use to have pretty drive-throughs of my work to show to my clients. It's what I used when I did art at school. When I drew this Datsun for my friend's 60th, helped make that image come alive and give it some depth.
Oh, nice.
And the classic image of looking down the road with the telegraph pole is one of the easiest things we reproduce. Very simply done in AutoCAD. Here's a 10-kilometre section of road with power lines down the side. Simply add some spheres to represent a sun. And it gets smaller and it all heads towards the vanishing point, but it doesn't drop below that horizon line. But the sun doesn't do this in reality. If you took a position of the sun while it's over the Tropic of Capricorn, you might get a triangulation height of about 3,000 miles. If we tried to have a look at that from the side, you'll see that this doesn't make much sense. The sun would never set. It'd be way too high in the sky. We'd see it all the time. Let's say we thought maybe it's not that high. Maybe it's, let's say, 20 miles, which is about twice the height of a standard jumbo jet. Then the sun would be so close to the Earth, there's no way the daylight could spread. Do you really think the sun is that tiny little dot trying to get around the world and illuminating half of it? If you truly believe that, then you've lost your sense of perspective. It's Timbo Turtle. See you next time.
I wonder when they first realised that they made a big mistake of using the UN flag to represent flat Earth.
I don't know. I don't think a lot of them think they've made a mistake. But
Yeah.
Blue's not here.
I was waiting for it.
I'll say it. Hit that big spacebar again, please.
Oh no, I was waiting for somebody with the initials BB, but I think they're asleep.
Yeah, he's off.
What? Huh?
What? Huh?
Oh, he's awake now.
Oh, hello. Hey, Terry.
Oh, hey, Blue.
Press play, please.
Here we go. I'll do that for you.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to Blue Marble Science. Time for some leaky geometry. I think you're going to need those oven mitts.
Wait a minute, leaky and geometry in the same sentence?
I got some pretty cool stuff in this video showing where the surveyors claim that the surface of a sphere is not two-dimensional. And I want to show where I think the deception lies in these equations.
System is used to express relative directions, rather than for expressing exact positions on the Earth. For that, we need a position reference system where each position is precisely and unambiguously defined on the Earth's surface. An example of a position reference system is the Cartesian system. In this case, two reference axes are used, with which it is possible to express any position precisely by means of Cartesian coordinates. For example, if we want to express the position of this red point, we can observe that it is located at 4 units on the x-axis, and at 3 units on the y-axis, so the Cartesian coordinates for this point would be x4 and y3. So using these axes as reference, we can accurately and unambiguously express the position of any point within the scale, as we can see here. However, something important to keep in mind is that this Cartesian system only works on a two-dimensional surface, so it could not be correctly applied to the Earth, since it is a three-dimensional sphere. But this Cartesian system only works on a two-dimensional surface, so it could not be correctly applied to the Earth, since it is a three-dimensional sphere. However, something important to keep in mind is that this Cartesian system only works on a two-dimensional surface, so it could not be correctly applied to the Earth, since it is a three-dimensional sphere. But this
So what do we get from this tutorial? Okay, this mathematician thinks he lives on a sphere. So he tells us that the two-dimensional Cartesian coordinate system doesn't work on the surface of Earth. It only works on a two-dimensional surface. Okay, so he's been tricked, but he still knows that the surface of a sphere is not two-dimensional. Once you move up or down in free space, you've added a dimension. There's no getting around it. But they have to have a two-dimensional surface with their maps, or otherwise their measurements don't prove a sphere.
Brian, the guy in your video hadn't been tricked, but you've managed to confuse yourself. Let's see if we can sort this out.
Yep.
This is a three-dimensional Cartesian coordinate system that we're looking at. It has an origin there in where the yellow dot is. It has 3 axes, an x, a y, and a z, all perpendicular to one another. And we can place that Cartesian coordinate system anywhere we want to in the universe, and from that point, we can define the position of any other point in the universe. But you're confusing the dimensionality of objects with the 3D space that they are in. Here's an example. Let's put a point right there. Now that point has coordinates of x equal 2, y equal 4, and z equal 5. It's existing in three-dimensional space, but the point itself has no dimensions. If we add a second point, we can then define a line, and that is simply all the points lying evenly between the starting point and the ending point. And of course, the line only has one dimension. It only has length, but it's still existing in three-dimensional space. Now, if we add a third point, we have defined a plane. And as you know, a plane is two-dimensional. Much like the line, the plane is a collection of all the points that lie evenly in the surface defined by the first 3 points that we put down there. But then, of course, we can have a three-dimensional object like a sphere. Now, of course, the sphere is a three-dimensional object, but the surface of that object is not three-dimensional. It is only two-dimensional. It's very much like the plane. It is simply the collection of points that lie equally distant from the center of that sphere. Now, each one of those points only has 2 degrees of freedom. The only thing a point on the surface of that sphere can do is change its latitude, or change its longitude, or change both. So while the volume that the surface encloses is most certainly three-dimensional, the surface of the sphere is not three-dimensional. It is only two-dimensional. And I don't know why you guys like to argue about this. The surface of any object is two-dimensional.
This is the whole trick, people. They take and map the ground on a 2D Cartesian coordinate system, then use mathematical transforms to turn it into a sphere, and then try and use the measurements to say they prove a sphere. So now we have exposed the deception, or the mistake, take your pick. Will they still go out and perpetuate the trickery? Because this is the second time I've showed them their own surveyors and map makers stressing the importance that the surface of a sphere is not two-dimensional. They know that if they admit the surface of their sphere is three-dimensional, then they lose their proof.
Brian, you had a note up there a second ago that said the only people you'd ever heard define a surface as two-dimensional are anti-flat earthers. This is the Encyclopedia Britannica. Surface. In geometry, a two-dimensional collection of points, that's flat surface. A three-dimensional collection of points whose cross-section is a curve, that's a curved surface, or the boundary of any three-dimensional solid. In general, a surface is a continuous boundary, dividing a three-dimensional space into two regions. For example, the surface of a sphere separates the interior from the exterior. A horizontal plane separates the half plane above it from the half plane below. Surfaces are often called by the names of the regions they enclose, but a surface is essentially two-dimensional and has an area, while the region it encloses is three-dimensional and has a volume. The attributes of surfaces, and in particular, the idea of curvature, are investigated in differential geometry. It's not just anti-flat earthers that say it, Brian. It's everybody.
Then it could be flat also. In reality, we know it could be flat because it's measured as flat, two-dimensional Cartesian coordinate systems.
I don't know, Brian. It doesn't measure flat and it doesn't look flat. You know why? It isn't flat. Those power lines over Lake Pontchartrain are following the curvature of the Earth.
So question, is your celestial sphere two-dimensional? Because it's got to be, right, in your world?
Spheres are three-dimensional, Brian, but the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional.
So just in case they try to say, well, 3 dimensions is the volume, let me cover that base. I can already see them making a video. So listen carefully, ballers. If you consider a circle and a sphere, both are round. The difference between the two shapes is that a circle is a two-dimensional shape and a sphere is a three-dimensional shape, which is the reason that we can measure the volume and the area of a sphere. So just because it's not the volume, once you leave a circle, you leave the second dimension. Enter the third dimension. Okay, so we get the area of a circle that we talked about, 4 pi r squared or pi d squared.
Brian, 4 pi r squared is the surface area of a sphere. The area of a circle is pi r squared. What are you doing?
And it's same thing with the cube. You can get the area of a cube surface or the volume. Once you leave the square, it's 3 dimensions. Okay, I'm going to show you why they have it set up the way they do. Okay, so 6 squared, that's 2 dimensions. 6 times 6 is 36. That's 2 dimensions. If we add another function to that,
anyway.
we are adding another dimension. So that's for a square. Now let's try it on a cube. Okay, so 6 times 6 times 6 sides gives us the area of a cube of 216.
You had to throw in 666,
6
didn't
times
you?
6 squared.
Oh, yeah.
It's the same thing. So, just to show you, double check 10 squared is 100. That's your square, 2 dimensions. Now, times 6 sides gives you this cube of 600 square feet area. So 6 times 10 squared.
He does know these are not
the
dimensions,
extra
they're just
function, you're
numbers.
adding another dimension. This is what they do with a cube. With a circle. They tell you 4 pi r squared is the area of a sphere. Why don't they just tell you pi d squared? It's the same as 4 pi r squared. I was saying 2 pi d, and I was wrong about that, but it's actually pi d squared. Okay, I'm going to show you in a minute. But pi times d is the area of a 2-dimensional circle.
No, Brian. Pi d is the circumference of a circle, not the
Full
area.
circle.
We just went over that.
Pi d squared is adding a dimension. So let's test it out. So if the radius is 3,
That's not.
then we know the diameter is 6. So we're going to do 4 pi r squared, 113.097. Now we'll try it with the diameter. So
It's
pi
just a number.
d squared is also 113.097. Same shit. So just to
You can prove it very easily by multiplication.
You mean you want me to multiply?
I like this Abbott and
Multiply,
Costello skit
multiply.
that he does his mathematics on the wall.
Multiply.
All right. Multiply it.
7 times 13 is 28. Go ahead.
Now, first, we got to put down a 13, right?
Right.
There's a 13.
Times 7.
Times 7.
Right.
7 weeks times 13, right? 7 times 3?
21.
21.
Yeah.
7 times 1?
7.
7. 7 and 1?
8.
And 2 to carry.
28. There you go.
Now, wait a minute.
once again with the diameter, pi d squared, 1017.876. Same shit. So you see this, y'all? It's obvious if they add the squared to add another dimension. So
You add a
they
squared,
switch
you
it up
add
to
another
4 pi r
dimension.
squared.
Okay.
Because pi d gives you the area of a circle. Once again, that's 2 dimensions.
You just don't get it, do you?
You don't get it.
Pi d squared gives you the area.
I don't
of a
think,
sphere, 3 dimensions. They've
Leakey
added
graduated
dimensions
math.
by squaring it.
No.
Nah.
That's all, folks.
Or English.
Hey, thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget the like and subscribe buttons down there. There's a link to the Patreon and the PayPal, and that'll be in the description too. So I guess with that, we'll see you guys on the next one.
Yes, he's an idiot. I think he's
Complete idiot.
somehow mixing up 2 pi r, which is pi d, then trying to apply that to the area. And it just doesn't work that way.
I wonder if you asked.
so hard.
I wonder if you asked Brian, what is the surface of one side of a cube? Is it 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional? I wonder what answer you would give for that if you think about it.
Well, they say it's 3-dimensional, even though it's only.
Even though it's not.
Well, arguably, if you said the
Because if he's going to say it's
area of a
2-dimensional,
side, it's actually 1 dimension.
yeah. Because if he's going to say it's 2-dimensional, then he's got to say the surface of a sphere is 2-dimensional. He's got to, because it's a continuous surface, right?
What did you just say, Tim? Oh?
Arguably, because it's a single number, it's only 1 dimension. The area
No,
is a single
no,
unit. Yeah.
No, that's
Area.
really dumb. Sorry, but that's a dumb thing to say. Area is always 2-dimensional.
Yep. Length times breadth.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go into that. I'm not going to get it.
Yeah, you just get a number for the area, but it's 2-dimensional.
Yeah, that's how you define
Because
it.
the units that you use are 2-dimensional units for that number.
You don't measure area in meters. You measure area in meters squared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which means you've had to use 2 dimensions to get that area.
Yep.
When I lay a slab of concrete, I measure the area that I need for the size, and then I'd go by the depth, and then it's a 3D.
Correct, because you've just added depth to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get
but
surface
you don't have
areas by
depth on
2
a
dimensions.
surface, do you?
Yeah.
A surface per se has no depth. That's why it's
True,
a 2D
that is-
measurement and not a
well,
3D measurement.
No argument there. No argument.
Every
you see,
surface is simply a collection of points. Points
Their
don't have
argument
any
is
dimensions.
their argument is that,
Yes.
that if the surface of a sphere is 2D, it must be flat. All of
that's
this
where it
is
stems from.
to try and argue that the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
exactly.
Only point they've got to this argument. Which is why they will never accept that the surface of a ball, technically a sphere, but the surface of a ball is 2D.
Yeah.
They will never accept that.
Well, they're going to have to stick to that narrative, aren't they? They've got to, and they know that because it's the same thing with gravity. Because once they accept gravity, then it's done.
Yeah.
It's finished. Flat Earth is over, and that's the same thing, isn't it? They're going to have to stick with that narrative. No other choice, because they can't deviate from that narrative, even though they're completely wrong.
Just so you guys understand where I come from, is I do surface areas all the time, but they're not regular shapes. So that's why 2 dimensions is a difficult description. If I was trying to describe it to somebody, it wouldn't work.
Surface that pen.
Yeah,
2D.
that's one surface.
Yeah, it's one surface. It's 2D. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's a nice, neat shape like a square, a cube, or a sphere, anything like that.
So
So
if I was explaining to a young graduate what's the area of that pen, what are the 2 dimensions?
Yeah, I know where you're coming from. You can't just go, oh, it's this and that, boom, boom, boom. Well, because that's that area's wrapped around a roughly cylindrical object, which of course then it ceases to be.
It's not cylindrical. So if I'm doing the surface area of an irregular, say a piece of land or something like that, so when we're programming and stuff, I treat it more like a single dimension than multiple dimensions. So anyway, that's okay. That's where I'm coming from, just so you know.
Right. Exactly.
So yes, in mathematics, and Paul's correct. It is definitely a 2-dimensional object, but if you're trying to describe the 2 dimensions, it can get very complicated. But yeah, well, we won't get in it to flat earthers aren't going to get that.
No, they don't do complex things like the Earth isn't flat.
No, it's got hills and valleys.
Just
go on, farmers, do it. Go on, say it. Please say it. Say it.
Level isn't horizontal.
There you go.
There we go.
Terry?
Well, hey, wait a minute, I've got to read something. Sean said, I called out Craig for saying that his hand close to his face would be refracted. Craig blocked me on his channel for it.
Well, so what he's basically saying is if your hand's this close to your face, it's still being refracted.
Yes.
I mean,
well, he said that himself.
Barely measurable though, would it? I mean, technically it couldn't it? Technically, because if you're looking through the atmosphere, no matter how far it is, technically speaking, it's going to be refracted, right?
Yeah.
Or no? And it's not going to be It's not going to be measurable at that distance.
It's going to be out of focus. It's going to be out of focus.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, my very vocals ceased to work at that close. Oh, that's
it's a bit blurry.
They're good, but they're not that bloody good.
I mean, it is a bit of a misnomer, slightly, but I mean, he's not wrong, really.
I think at that point you're splitting hairs, aren't you?
Yeah, you
I
are
suppose
a bit,
technically it might be, but the actual index of refraction is the effect of it is so minute. Yeah, I don't know.
You get too pedantic about some things, it can cause troubles.
Yep. Go on then.
Go on what?
Oh, Terry, could you press play, please?
Oh.
Of three different exoplanets in the 90s, the scientists have been able to discover
You're not doing your job,
nearly
Matt.
13,000 different planets.
I was
with
busy
quite a lot of
talking to
features and quite a lot of properties not visible here in the solar system. Although most of these unusual planets so far have still not been confirmed, but they do probably exist. And when it comes to finding these planets, two methods have been used very successfully to discover the vast majority. The most successful method is known as the transit. That's essentially when we're looking at the star and trying to discover a tiny shadow passing in front of it. And over the years, some stars revealed quite a lot of different planets out there, allowing us to find several thousand different candidates, and that's of course the most successful method to date. Then we have another method that discovered approximately 1,000 different planets, known as the radial velocity. And that's essentially when the scientists look at the profile or the spectrum of the star they're looking at and discover that there's an unusual pattern where the star is redshifted and blueshifted with a very specific period. And that's because something is clearly orbiting around it. A lot of very massive planets have been discovered this way, and this method generally relies on just the observations of the color of the star, nothing else. Then we have the direct imaging method, where the scientists essentially cover the star and try to discover the planet by trying to see it directly. The James Webb Telescope was officially able to do so very recently, and you can find more about this in one of the videos in the description. But this of course relies on two assumptions. First, the planet has to be pretty far away from the star, and second, it also has to be warm enough to produce just the right frequency of light for us to see it, usually infrared frequencies, and that means that the planet has to be massive enough to have enough internal heat. This usually applies to Jupiter-like planets or something even more massive than Jupiter, not so much to smaller planets. Another interesting method that the scientists used before, and the one that was able to discover some of the most distant planets, is the gravitational microlensing. And that's where the star and the planet produce very tiny gravitational lensing effects, which are then visible as the planet and the star pass in front of a distant object. But unfortunately in this case, it's only really observable once, and this detection is not really going to be visible ever again for possibly up to 1 million years, meaning that this is a one-off detection. To date, a few hundred planets were discovered using this method. But then there is another method that's actually extremely difficult to reproduce, but produces some of the most accurate observations. The method known as astrometry, and that's when instead of looking for redshift or instead of looking for the planet, the scientists look at how the star moves around an empty spot in space and try to determine what's causing its wobble. In this case, by looking at the star, we actually can determine that the star is indeed moving because of the planet. And unlike the previous method using redshift and blueshift, this can often be extremely accurate because of various radio telescopes that can actually produce super accurate observations, such as the network known as VLBA, Very Long Baseline Array, a network of radio telescopes over 8,000 kilometers away from each other, creating a kind of a virtual planet-sized dish. And this is exactly what the scientists recently used to not just identify a planet in another star system, but to also create a first ever and also extremely accurate 3D map of the entire star system, along with the planet orbiting around one of the stars. In this case, looking at our neighbor, 20 light years away from us, a star known as EQ Pegasi. A star whose previous observations already established that it seems to be a binary system with two red dwarfs orbiting around one another. But the scientists wanted to find out more about the star system and wanted to actually see if they can create a perfect reproduction of how these stars orbit in 3 dimensions. And so they employed the Very Long Base Array telescopes to create an extremely accurate observations using astrometry. You can actually see how the star wobbled as they were observing it over time. With the bigger star here being about 44% the mass of our Sun, and the smaller star being roughly around 17%. with the average separation being about 30 astronomical units and a single orbit taking approximately 230 years. And one of the main reasons this system was chosen, apart from its distance to us, was because this actually represents one of the most common star systems out there. Nearly 75% of all of the stars in the galaxy are red dwarfs, and the vast majority of star systems is a binary, so this in a sense represents the most common type. But because the orbits here take so long, they actually had to rely on some of the older data going back in time as far back as 1941. But by using the modern data from the VLAB, they were then able to create extremely accurate map of the motion of the star in the night skies. And so using this astrometry method, to their surprise, they found a planet orbiting around one of the stars, because in that case, the star was actually wobbling a little bit too much compared to how it should be moving, with the planet determined to be a gas giant, very likely about twice as massive as Jupiter, but orbiting at a relatively high inclination of 150 degrees and also with an orbit of about 250 days, but more intriguingly and more unusually, orbiting in a retrograde orbit, in the opposite direction from the other star. And that by itself is already very difficult to explain. And if we were to imagine what the star system looks like, it might be something like this, with the planet being in this unusual location in the star system and the overall motion looking kind of like this. And so at the moment it would be relatively difficult to explain how the star system was created, but that's not really the point. The point is that, first, the scientists were able to even see this planet using this extremely accurate new method, and second of all, they were able to create this 3D map that extremely accurately represents what the star system looks like in reality, created using various models in order to see which of the models can actually fit the observations directly. But more importantly, it demonstrates that the astrometry has now achieved new heights. The improved sensitivity of various radio telescopes and the size of the network now allows the scientists to detect very small planets. As a matter of fact, it should technically be able to detect a lot of smaller rocky planets as well, similar to planet Earth. So in a sense, this was a kind of a test of technology or proof of concept, and it definitely worked. But that's just the first paper I wanted to discuss, because around the same time another paper came out discovering a completely new method that we can use to find even more planets out there. But the method that we can probably only use around relatively young stars. In this case, this is an object known as a T Tauri star. We've discussed these in previous videos, you can find it in the description, and it represents a kind of a baby star and still developing with an accretion disk around it, and also possesses a relatively large accretion disk around it. Although this one is much farther away, about 500 light years away from us, and it's mostly been imaged using radio telescopes such as ALMA. And because of the distances, and because this is basically a collection of dust orbiting around a young star, there's actually a limited way for us to generally find planets that are forming around these stars. One of the ways is to look for various gaps in the disk itself, such as the ones that you see right here, which can maybe suggest that there is a planet forming there as well. But in the last few years, the scientists determined that you can actually form these gaps in some other ways as well. So it doesn't always mean that there is a planet. But by looking close enough and by actually discovering something else here, it does become possible to discover where the planets really form. And so in this case, by zooming in and by looking closely, the scientists behind the recent paper discovered another unusual formation that's extremely difficult to explain unless it's a planet. They actually found very unusual arcs and very unusual clumps at very specific angles of 120 degrees, or technically 60 degrees and 60 degrees. And in general, when it comes to orbits, the 60-degree angle usually forms in a very specific situation when there are two massive bodies. We refer to these as Lagrange points. And so this right here, and also this right here, is 60 degrees, whereas this is 120. In order for something to form Lagrange points, you have to have some kind of a massive object orbiting a much more massive object such as a star. And so by finding these unusual clumps and unusual arcs at these very specific angles, the scientists now believe that right between them there has to be a planet that's maybe just a little bit more massive than Neptune, or possibly a little bit less massive than Saturn, located around a gap that's about 42 astronomical units away from the star itself, so around the same distance as Pluto is from the Sun. But in this case, the degree of separation is extremely important mathematically. Unless there is some kind of a massive object at this region, it's impossible to explain them otherwise. having these very specific angles formed by chance is extremely unlikely. And so the scientists are pretty certain that this has to be a planet with the mass of a typical mid-sized gas giant. They don't really see it directly, but they see the effects that it's forming in the disk. And, if they are correct, they've just discovered yet another new method of detecting exoplanets out there. By detecting very specific clumps of matter, possibly asteroids or possibly just a lot of gas, at these very specific 60-degree angle of separation regions, it would definitely imply that there's a planet in between them. In this case, a planet that's probably around 3 million years old, and a planet that's going to have its own Trojans, just like Jupiter and other gas giants in the solar system, once it's done forming and once the star system disperses the disk around it. And honestly, in the last few years, all of these new ways of finding planets have actually really impressed me and have been super fun to follow. There's another video I released not so long ago with yet another method that finds more exoplanets, which also means that we're kind of entering a new golden age for finding even more exoplanets and for potentially finding new objects out there in our own galaxy. And in this case, it wasn't even using new telescopes or using some kind of a new analysis. The actual data was always there. It was just really applying some of the knowledge from the solar system and using the math of the orbits to discover something that was missed the first time. More about this in that paper in the description below. But I guess on that note, well, that's, for now at least, all I wanted to mention. Even more exciting planetary discoveries, new methods to discover even more planets in the future, and if you enjoy exoplanets and discoveries, a reason for you to subscribe, because we're going to be talking about so many more in the future. On that note, thank you for watching, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, come back tomorrow to learn something else, maybe support this channel on Patreon by joining channel membership or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description, and either way, stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
They're learning every day, aren't they, with that telescope of how to see things and find things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exciting stuff. That's the thing I've been looking forward to, is discovering new exoplanets and stuff like that. It'd be interesting.
And to think this
especially
is
over time they'll.
Sorry,
go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and to think this is only just the James Webb's just going to be out of commission, and then wherever time it's going to be, and then they'll put up the new one, and if it's going to be how much different it's going to be or not, depending on what technology they're going to throw at it compared to this one.
I think they're already working on the next one, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, yeah.
Just hope it don't take as long as this one did.
Well, I don't, well, I can be sure, but I don't think it would necessarily would be, because I mean the whole design of James Webb was completely different and something they've never done before. But I mean, the biggest delays wasn't so much problems with designing it and stuff like that. A lot of it was to do with politics and funding. Was a lot of delays of that, you know.
But can they improve on the technologies that's in the James Webb?
Well, quite possibly they probably could. I'm sure they could over time. Yeah. But I mean, I personally think that the next project like that, I think it needs to be more handed over to more private enterprise, personally, because I think you find things will move along a lot quicker, because you're not going to get interfered with politics and budgets and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, that's what I would like to see happen, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Who am I to say? I'm just a little man in County Armagh, Northern Ireland. What would I know?
But you look at it also to do with either incentive, money, the goal, you know, all those things.
Yeah. In a lot of respects, you know, space exploration is sort of heading towards more private enterprise and stuff like that. And in some respects, it's kind of sad in a way, but you know, I think that's just the way things are going to move forward. Unfortunately,
Sean was trying.
People like Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong and stuff are going to have to accept that.
Sean was trying to be funny out there, and no one got it. Made a perfectly good ZZ Top joke.
Oh, Lagrange.
Okay. Yeah, we're a bit slow here, Sean. Sorry.
I wasn't looking at the chat.
Me neither.
The peanuts were just talking amongst themselves there for a while.
There's one little telescope that's kind of been underrated in terms of what it's done. Spitzer. It's never really talked about much.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's not, is it?
Yeah. I think Spitzer doesn't get enough recognition as it should do.
Wasn't that the one that was built before James Webb?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody knows about Hubble, but yeah, you mentioned
Spitzer.
Spitzer.
But not Spitzer. Like who?
Yeah.
What?
Well, you look at the quality of Spitzers compared to James Webb. Obviously, James Webb's a lot better.
Yeah.
So, Flat Earth Fail compilation number 40, the last one.
Yeah.
Question mark.
No, it won't be.
Question mark.
Press play, please, Terry.
Yes.
Introducing the 40th episode of the Flat Earth Fail compilation. The fact I can fill 40 episodes of Flat Earth failure is a testament to them regarding how serious they take failure. Long may they continue to have the stamina to do this. It's not an easy task. This is the Flat Earth Fail compilation 40. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, a massive thank you to the sponsors of today's video, Fabulous. Do you ever find it hard to rewire your brain and adopt a new routine? Now that can be much easier with a digital coach by a Fabulous subscription. Right, back to today's video, which, as I said at the start, is the 40th edition of the Flat Earth Fail compilation. And we start with old favourite Level Earth Observer, and he's going after the ISS again.
Oh, Leo.
Today we've got an International Space Station scientific demonstration versus common sense and logic. Take it away, fella.
Repurposed from a condiment.
What are you talking about?
And blowing into it, when I displace the fluid with air, it will come up the straw and cover my face.
Oh yeah, I've seen this.
I'm just pausing the quirky space jazz music for a moment.
I wonder how he's going to explain this.
To take on board this incredible scientific demonstration.
He won't.
And of course, when we're doing that, looking at the background, the so-called environment this fella's doing this scientific demonstration.
It looks fake. Always.
It becomes
always
quite obvious rather quickly that this is nothing but a charade. Because no man in their right mind would be in an environment with kit worth thousands of pounds, computer screens, laptops, joysticks to control who knows what, wiring. No man in their right mind would be in that environment with all that kit that's vulnerable to water, squirting this water all over his face, no doubt to be splashed and go everywhere.
And how would that water get everywhere, Elio? I love how he doesn't explain how that water is flowing out the bottle. I mean, how is that happening?
No one in their right mind would do that. That is, unless, of course, you're trying to sell the lie of the weightless environment, which is what every single NASA scientific demonstration's about. Playing with things, throwing things about, plenty of hairspray, and of course, it's done via augmented reality.
Hang on, augmented reality made it look like this liquid was flowing all over the astronaut's face. He is interacting with that bottle and the liquid in it by blowing air through a straw, pushing that liquid out of the bottle. Augmented reality is good, but not that good.
They use and interact
And that's
with
not
items
augmented reality
that aren't
anyway.
actually there. Microphones, necklaces, gold keys, and of course water being their main one. They love to throw it everywhere to sell this weightless environment lie.
Well, he's got to breathe.
And then bang! The water supposedly going everywhere in an environment that's incredibly vulnerable to water, and that environment costs thousands and thousands. and yet the cost of payloads to go up to so-called space is ridiculous. Can you see how ridiculous all of this is? There's no way whatsoever you could justify a scientific demonstration like this in those conditions in which they say they're doing it.
Here is a quote from astronaut Clayton C. Anderson on this matter. If you refer to what happens when astronauts play with liquids while living in a near-zero gravitational environment, yes, it is possible for those free-floating liquids to get into sensitive equipment and cause significant damage. While I lived on board the ISS, one of my biggest fears was from shuttle crew members who arrived in space with little to no experience in microgravity. Most loved to play with liquids, yet they didn't really have the experience to pull it off without making a mess or doing damage. The other issue was their desire to always use tropical fruit punch, as its bright red colour made for the best pictures and videos. Well, spilling red punch all over everything leaves many stains that can be a real pain to clean up. So there we go. Hope that answers your question, Level Earth Observer.
Unless, of course, you were trying to sell the lie of the whalers' environment, which they always are, with a hairspray for the women, and just chucking things around. Way! And, of course, not forgetting the harnesses. These people use multiple different techniques. But there'd be no benefit whatsoever
you got any
for
proof
doing
of that?
this demo.
Of course not.
None, other than to sell the lie of the weightless environment. It's obvious. Absolutely obvious at this point in time. And, of course, the water here is augmented reality. It's very clever how they do it. You do it with teddy bears, microphones, necklaces.
Technology's not that fun.
Water, hats. It's clever. It glitches out and they have fails. But in this instance, no person in their right mind would do what we've just seen on our screen. You cannot justify it in any shape or form in that environment in which he says he is.
Did the augmented reality make his shirt wet as well?
Yep, must have done.
Yep.
That's not
Dear
augmented
dear,
reality.
Level
It'd be
Earth Observer.
CGI.
This was
but
bad
not
even
augmented
for
reality.
you. Next up is Leveling the Playing Field, who is talking about craters on the moon.
Yeah.
What's the sound?
We
We
are
lost
fed
the sound, I
details
think.
about the heliocentric model from the time we were
Oh, no,
children.
there we go.
After a decade of that programming, we just believe it all without questions.
Well, they don't just tell us, there's evidence as well. And some things can be corroborated by you with a telescope in your own back garden.
Not only that, we question anyone denying what we learned. The vast majority will never even try to verify the authenticity of lessons learned. So please follow along as I show small craters and how I can prove the moon is not what we are programmed to believe.
We'll follow along, don't you worry about that.
The first thing I need to do is crop this image so we can look even closer. Let me point out a few small craters. Okay, I will use the one at the yellow arrow. Look at the crater at the arrow. I will put a dot over it the same size as the crater. And then I will see how many of those craters would fit across the diameter of Tycho crater. Okay, we see that 8 craters fit across with space between each one to place a second row of craters.
Yeah.
That's another row of 8 craters. That makes 16 craters that fit across the diameter of Tycho crater. 53 miles across divided by 16 equals 3.3 miles. This means I can zoom in on craters 3 miles across from 240,000 miles using my Nikon P1000 camera.
So, I don't understand how this is such a big issue. 3 miles across is still pretty large. The moon's angular diameter is around 31 arc minutes, which is around 0.5 degrees. Now, a 3 mile wide crater is about 0.1% of the full diameter of the full moon, which means this crater has an angular diameter of around 0.005 degrees. Now, the human eye has an angular resolution of about 0.02 degrees. So the human eye would not see this crater, but a Nikon P1000 with its 125 times zoom absolutely would. So there's no issue.
Think about this critically for just a minute. I can zoom in on craters just 3 miles across using my Nikon P1000 camera. Why can't those with the huge telescopes show us the moon landing sites?
Now, you can't use a telescope on Earth with much more than 300 times magnification because of Earth's atmosphere. However, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter has taken several photos of a variety of Apollo landing sites. Here is the landing site of Apollo 11. Look at that, quite amazing. You can actually see the lunar module.
Did you know that NASA in Hebrew means deceiver or beguile? That's not a great name to use unless you're planning to deceive people and want it right in their face.
But NASA is an acronym, not a word. Besides, I'm pretty sure that deceive in Hebrew is a word that sounds like NASA, but isn't actually NASA. Hebrew speakers and readers, please correct me on that if I'm wrong.
And they have a serpent's tongue in their logo. Let me show you one more thing that you can do on your own.
No, it's not.
It will help your mind with critical thinking. I have circled a reservoir in Quebec with a circle 50 miles across using Google Earth. I will show you that it's impossible to see Tycho crater from 240,000 miles away. I will use images that I captured in Google Earth as I used my scroll wheel to move away from Earth. Google Earth only goes to 40,000 miles.
And what's your zoom on your Nikon camera?
Again, I want you to use critical thinking. Google Earth only goes out to 40,000 miles. Look how small Earth looks, and we still have 200,000 miles to go.
But that isn't a view taken with a P1000, is it? Like you just had. That's very similar to a naked eye view.
NASA has been deceiving us since 1958. That was a year before I started school, and I believed without question the first day I saw the globe in the classroom. I became a sci-fi freak, and it took me almost 60 years to wake up. I only woke up because someone told me Earth was flat. If I had ignored that, I would still be a sci-fi freak instead of a truth seeker.
So someone told you that the Earth was flat and you just ran with it. You were like, yeah, no probs, I'll believe that. Dear oh dear, what a fail that is. Okay, let's move on. Only one more fail this month. Only doing 3 this month, and it comes from Jake the Arsehole. And he has the best flat Earth proof that's never been debunked, apparently. Should be interesting. Let's see it.
This flat Earth proof has never been debunked. This flat Earth proof defeats the Metabunk curvature calculator created by Mick West. If you're using 8 inches times the mile when you square the mile to determine Earth's curvature, you are using the wrong formula. You see, the Globers use this curvature calculator, and you have to put in your observer height in feet. And when you use this curvature calculator, it gives you a different number than 8 inches times the mile when you square the mile.
Yes, because the 8 inches per mile squared formula is not correct. That is why Mick West's curve calculator works very, very well and takes refraction into account, which, let's be clear, exists.
And so if you're going to do a flat Earth experiment, you're going to have to defeat this curvature calculator if you want the Globers to even consider taking you serious.
Which no one ever does.
Now, I have never seen anyone else defeat this curvature calculator the same way this experiment defeats Metabunk curvature calculator. Now, according to Metabunk, there should be a drop at 30 miles of 635 feet, and we should see hidden approximately 365 feet.
Now that is, of course, if your viewer height of 37 feet is correct. And we have no way of proving this, so we'll just take your word on that one, Jake.
Now, the Rogers Center off in the distance across Lake Ontario,
for nothing.
The Rogers Center is 282 feet tall.
Indeed it is.
And we should see hidden at this distance. With a viewer height of 37 feet, we should see hidden 365 feet, which should eclipse the tippity top of the Rogers Center. And we clearly see the Rogers Center across Lake Ontario. While standing upon the shore of New York State, we can see all the way into Canada, 30 miles away. We can see the entire building of the Rogers Center, all of it. It's 282 feet tall, and we should see hidden underneath Earth's curvature 365 feet. However, we clearly not only see the Toronto skyline, but we see the money shot, the Rogers Center, and there she is in all her glory.
You've literally debunked yourself with one image. But let's just take a quick step back. Your 365 feet hidden does not take refraction into account. Now let's be clear,
Exactly.
your photo is clearly showing refraction. It is there. So it should be more like 297 feet hidden as the curve calculator shows. And yes, the Rogers Centre is 282 feet tall, but Toronto itself is elevated. And the Rogers Centre is built on land that is 107 metres or 351 feet above sea level. So that means taking refraction into account, you would absolutely see the Rogers Centre. But putting all of that aside, the image you just showed there on that last frame, Jake, that has completely debunked you. Look at the CN Tower in both images. Now, why would the CN Tower look lower compared to the skyline in the photo taken further away? Why, Jake? Why? Take all the time you need and then answer me that, buddy. Dear oh dear, that video right there from Jake is exactly what the Flat Earth Fail compilation was created for. What a mess, what a fail, well done, and a really, really good way to finish the 40th edition of the Flat Earth Fail compilation. Well, there we go, another wonderful selection of Flat Earth Fails to look at and debunk, of course. What I'm going to do, because it's the 40th edition, I'm going to put a poll on Twitter, and I would like you to vote on whether or not we continue the Flat Earth Fail compilation series. I did this before, I think after episode 10 and after episode 20. I skipped it for episode 30, but we've had 40 Flat Earth Fail compilations now. There probably is still enough videos to do more, but the vote is open. Check my Twitter, vote whether you want to see the Flat Earth Fail compilations every month continuing, or whether you don't want to see it continuing. Vote now. Link is in the description for my Twitter page. Thank you. Thanks so much for watching today. It truly is appreciated. If you enjoyed it, please do consider subscribing to the channel. And if you really enjoyed it, press the like button too. Just enough time to once again thank Fabulous for sponsoring today's video. Remember to start building your ideal daily routine. The first 100 of you to click the link in the description will get 25% off a Fabulous subscription. I've been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great weekend, and I'll see you on Tuesday for 2 brand new tinfoilers. See you then.
But by the way, you know, the thing that Leo keeps mentioning, augmented reality, it is actually a thing.
Yeah,
it
but
is
that's
actually a
not
technology. No.
Yeah, but that wasn't augmented reality. That would
No,
have
of
been
course it
CGI.
was. Yeah, no, of course it wasn't. Of course it wasn't. But I mean, that's what he's claiming it to be.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
but
augmented reality, it's CGI, it's blue screen, it's harnesses, it's
all those
anything, and it's all of them except
No.
the fact that they're in space.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that specific thing isn't augmented reality, though.
No, I know it's
even,
not.
Even if it was fake, it was not augmented reality. It's CGI.
Yeah, exactly. It can't be, because I mean the whole point of augmented reality because it encompasses other senses as well. So you know you're looking at a computer screen. So if anything else, it's going to be virtual reality or CGI. I see what you're saying, but yeah,
you can't. It can't be augmented reality because you're not
involved in it. Yeah,
you're not involved in it. Yeah,
exactly.
So,
yeah. That's what I was just about to say. Yeah.
You're not augmenting my reality. It's just
If you're
CGI.
if you're in my Discord, Matthew, James, you would have got the link to that.
He's
not
talking
joined.
to
Matthew James.
to the peanuts.
Yeah, he wants the link to Simon's. You can get all the links to all the videos that you see on the show in my Discord. I'll post that out for you too. Just so you can see it.
Yeah,
I might actually do a video on what Simon Dan did on the Leo on that particular one, and go a bit more techie about the ISS and how the
Well, you can even compare it to other
Cycling systems
water experiments they've done, just to show the comparisons.
Well, no, it's not that. It's just that he's like claiming there's nobody in their right mind would actually do that kind of experiment in an environment with water where there's a whole load of technology around and stuff like that, with water flying around and things like that. He doesn't understand what happens to liquids and things like that on the ISS. They don't go everywhere at all. They go somewhere where it's recycled, locked in and recycled.
Why is this space telescope so tiny? It's a video that Sean put about telescopes. How long's it go for?
What telescope is so tiny?
Oh, it goes for 20 minutes. I don't know, talking about space telescopes tiny. It goes for 20 minutes, so it's a bit much to watch this time of night. We're coming up to our number. The number we do not mention.
Yeah. So has anyone else? I had put a question in the peanuts there, but I'm not expert on photography, so it's a bit shame that.
Well, we do have an expert,
isn't
but
he?
he's not here at the moment.
Yeah, he's not here. Was that if you got a 125 times zoom, which is what the P1000 has, can you directly divide that by the distance to give an equivalent distance? So the moon being 300.
Can't answer that.
Yeah. No, I was just trying to put into how far away from the Earth in Google Earth you'd have to be to come up with the equivalent angular size. Yeah. Okay. Might have looked that one up myself.
Good question.
Mm.
And hopefully we can get you a good answer. You'll have to remember that question for Alan.
Yeah.
Because he'll know the answer. I don't know how. He might answer it very technical, a technical type answer.
Fine,
but
yeah. Oh, that's good.
Well, that's your lot for tonight, guys.
Thanks, Terry.
Time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Can't get it working. Hang on, I'll post in for you. You dance. Tube. Where are you, Dan?
There's me goodbyes out there.
Yeah.
I can't get it
Thanks,
working.
Peanuts.
Can't get it working. Sorry, I'll make a new one. What's he making?
Thanks, Peanuts, and thanks, Terry.
What's he making a new one of? Oh, thank you, Matt. I didn't have to drag you in tonight.
Oh no! Thank you, Terry. Thank you.
No, thank you.
No.
And thank you too, Farmer. Thanks, Timbo. Thanks, Hendrik.
Always a pleasure, never a chore.
Casimir. Thanks, Big Blue.
Thanks, Terry.
Truth Nerds, Fondle, Matthew James, Sean, Biggest, Brian, Peter, Zeb.
Oh, yeah.
Room Fondle. Carl. Carl had power tonight, so he's able to watch us, so that was good.
Yeah.
I have to go right back up further where the others were. Where's everyone else? Way back here. S. Thurston. Dora. Truth Nerd. Where's everybody? Oh, Dart.
Did Matthew get his link for Simon then? Oh yeah, Brian's posted it as well. Oh, did you? Oh, right, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I did one, so I think he should have got it. Yeah.
All right.
He's not hard to find anyway.
No, he should be.
My mum bakes.
I don't think there's any other Simon Downs out.
Yeah.
Sorry, my mum bakes cakes. Probably didn't hear me shouting them out just then. Sorry. Where's Will? You're not here, you miss out. Judy was there, I'm sure.
Yeah, she was in there
Yes.
Earlier,
Yeah, Judy Bassett was in.
Yeah, I can't go back any further in the chat, so if I've missed out on you, I'm sorry. Timbo Turtle, shameless plug. Oh, yeah, you can plug yourself all you want. That didn't come out right.
Yeah.
Oh, well, for those of you who don't know, I'm back to making videos, by the way, as well. So
well, plug yourself.
Yeah, man.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I kind of started making.
Put it out there for those that don't go on to Discord though.
Yeah. I decided I'm going to sort of like do like short videos because I think there's a growing trend between short videos now. What with TikTok coming on and then YouTube following suit and stuff. So I'm doing sort of as many short ones as I can.
Yeah, well,
Occasional sort of longer debunks. But
yeah, some people have got a short attention span, Matt.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's a growing trend, and why not? I mean, it's easier for me because sometimes I can knock a video out within an hour easily.
Yeah.
Just depending.
I reckon 5 minutes or less if you want to go down that road.
Oh yeah, less than 5 minutes. I'm trying to, like with the quick debunks, I'm trying to do within 3 minutes, and then any updates and stuff like that, I'm keeping it within 5. So.
I need to go through some of the stuff I've got now, maybe piece some more videos together now that I have actually got a video on my channel.
Oh, well, you can actually start make videos of your own. What are you going to do?
Well, he was meant to be setting up a tutorial of putting tanks together, but that didn't work.
No, but I have got. I've been going back through my my backup hard drive, and there's all sorts of videos of the T word.
Ah, the T word, the T word, the capital T word.
The capital T word.
Four-letter T word.
Shall I say it?
I'm not going to say it because even Tor had a proper
Thanks. Oh shit! Looked at it.
Oh, you didn't, did you?
I did. It said the T word. Damn it.
You know my co-host.
Somebody might find them interested, you know, just as I've gone to these various shows and just sort of, here goes a Tiger tank, you know.
See, I'm not worried about the models. I just like the technical aspects to them.
I have a passing interest in tanks, but I'm not really a fascination with
I don't care what the names of them are, just how they're made, how they what they do.
I've got various clips I took at Tiger Day that I could probably piece together into one video. The problem was that quite a few of the shots, as it goes past, it's like, oh shit, there's somebody's head, because I didn't get to the front in time, you know. They didn't set it up very well, bless them.
Well, anyway, good night, panel. Good night, Peanuts. We'll talk about tanks another
night.
Good night, Peanuts.